Hello everyone, I am the Night Whispers. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now get comfortable and relax. I will be adding rainy sleep aid music to the video, so sleep easy. What I'm about to say is something that even I still can't believe. I've never been afraid of the rain before. The soft patter against window panes used to be a comfort, a natural lullaby that drew me into peaceful slumber. Now each droplet strikes like a fingernail tapping glass, an insistent reminder that something waits outside. Sometimes I imagine I can hear words forming in the rhythm, not quite intelligible, but undeniably present, a voice that knows my name. They say, trauma rewires the brain, creates new pathways, new associations. Maybe that's all this is. Neurons firing differently since Blackwood Lake. A psychological scar tissue forming around memories I've tried so desperately to bury. But in the darkest hours, when rain streams down my windows and the power flickers, I know better. It found me there in those woods. And now, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that place, no matter how many locks I install or medications I take, a fundamental truth remains. Whatever watches me from the rain isn't finished yet. This is my account, a record of what happened and what continues to happen. I write it not seeking belief, but as evidence. Should you find these pages after I'm gone, understand one thing, the rain is not empty. And if you listen too closely to its whispers, as I did, you might never hear silence again. Chapter 1. Inheritance. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Plain envelope, my name and address in a neat typeface that betrayed no emotion. Inside, 3 pages of legal terminology that essentially communicated that a great-aunt I'd never met had died and left me her house. Blackwood Lake, Maine. A place I'd never heard of, despite supposedly having family roots there. Is this some kind of scam? I asked Rachel over dinner that night, sliding the papers across our small kitchen table. She adjusted her glasses, scanning the documents with the careful scrutiny of someone who taught contract law. Seems legitimate. Thornton and Burke is a real firm. You really never heard of this aunt? What was her name? Evelyn Marsden. Never once. Well, Freehouse. Rachel shrugged, reaching for her wine. Bad timing, though. Bad timing was an understatement. After 3 years together, Rachel and I had decided to separate. The apartment lease was ending in 2 weeks. She'd already signed for a place closer to the university. I'd been half-heartedly browsing rental listings, stomach clenching at the astronomical prices. My editor position at the publishing house paid decently, but not enough for Chicago's relentless housing market. Maybe it's perfect timing, I said, surprising myself. I can work remotely, take some time to figure things out. Rachel's expression softened into something between concern and pity. Maine is pretty far, James. And some inherited house in the middle of nowhere? That's very horror movie of you. Maybe I need a change of scenery. I took the papers back, studying the attorney's contact information. Besides, I can always sell it if it's a disaster. 2 days later, I called the law office. A week after that, I signed the transfer documents. The house was mine, along with a modest sum for property maintenance. The attorney, a Mr. Burke, seemed oddly relieved to have the matter settled. Your great-aunt was... particular about who should inherit, he explained over our video call, his voice carrying a faint New England accent. She specifically named you. But I never met her. I didn't even know she existed until your letter. Burke adjusted his tie, a flicker of something, discomfort, crossing his features. Family estrangements are common, Mr. Marsden. Perhaps she followed your career from afar. Perhaps, I echoed, unconvinced. There's one other thing. Burke cleared his throat. Ms. Marsden left a condition. You must reside in the property for at least 30 days before any decision to sell can be finalized. I laughed. That's it? Stay for a month? That's it. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The property is somewhat remote, but I'm sure you'll find it peaceful. Remote was an understatement, as I discovered when I looked up Blackwood Lake. The town barely registered on maps, a small community nestled between dense forests and the namesake lake. Population, 817 according to an outdated census. The nearest city was Bangor, almost 2 hours away. Rachel thought I was having a breakdown when I announced my decision. You're moving to a place you've never been, to live in a house you've never seen, left to you by someone you never met. She paced our half-packed living room. James, this isn't like you. You research restaurants before we go to them. Maybe that's the point. I continued filling a box with books, avoiding her gaze. Maybe I need to do something that isn't like me. The truth was more complicated. Since our breakup, I'd felt increasingly untethered, as though the life I'd carefully constructed was revealing itself as merely a set of hollow routines. The publishing house had been making cuts. My position felt precarious. Chicago, once vibrant with possibility, now seemed oppressive with memories of a failed relationship and fading ambitions. The house in Maine represented something I couldn't quite articulate. A diversion, certainly, but also perhaps a connection to family history I'd never explored. My parents had died in a car accident when I was in college. There had never been extended family to fall back on, or so I'd thought. 2 weeks later, I stood in O'Hare with 2 suitcases and a carry-on, watching Rachel shift awkwardly near the security line. Our goodbye was brief, laden with the awkwardness of people who once knew each other intimately, but now occupied different trajectories. Text me when you get there, she said, hugging me quickly. And if it's haunted, don't be the stubborn guy in the movie who stays anyway. I smiled, throat tight with emotions I couldn't untangle. I'll be the guy who runs screaming at the first sign of trouble.
We both knew that was a lie. Stubborn had always been my defining trait. According to Rachel, that and an inability to leave questions unanswered, puzzles unsolved. As my plane rose above Chicago's skyline, I pressed my forehead against the cool window, watching the city shrink beneath clouds. Something about the finality of departure loosened a knot in my chest. For the first time in months, I felt a strange sense of purpose, however undefined. I couldn't have known then that the rain had already begun to fall in Blackwood Lake. Couldn't have known that while I flew eastward, water was seeping into foundations, drowning secrets, awakening things best left dormant. Couldn't have known I was flying not toward an escape, but toward the beginning of my unraveling. Chapter 2, Arrival. The rain started as I crossed the Maine state line, driving the rental car I'd picked up in Bangor. At first, just a whisper of droplets against the windshield, barely requiring intermittent wiper sweeps. By the time I reached the turnoff for Blackwood Lake, it had intensified to a steady downpour that transformed the rural landscape. into a blur of grays and deep greens. The GPS lost signal 20 minutes before I reached my destination, leaving me to navigate by the printed directions Burke's office had provided. Asphalt gave way to gravel, then to a muddy forest road barely wide enough for my vehicle. Branches scraped against the windows as if trying to warn me away. Blackwood Lake revealed itself suddenly. One moment I was enclosed in dense pine forest. The next I emerged onto a ridge overlooking a vast expanse of dark water. Even through the rain, I could see why someone might choose this place for solitude. The lake stretched for miles, its surface rippled by raindrops, surrounded by unbroken forest. No neighboring houses in sight, no boats on the water, just stillness beneath the storm. The road wound downward toward the shoreline, where my headlights finally illuminated what must be Evelyn Marston's house, my house now. I pulled to a stop and killed the engine, listening to the rain hammer the car roof as I took in my inheritance. The structure loomed larger than I had expected, a Victorian-style home that might once have been white but had weathered to the color of bone. 2 stories with a sharply pitched roof, wrap-around porch, and what appeared to be a small tower or widow's walk at one corner. Several windows glowed amber. Burke had mentioned arranging for lights on timers to welcome me. I grabbed my smallest bag and made a dash for the porch, the rain instantly soaking through my city jacket. The key was heavy in my hand, ornate in a way modern keys aren't. It turned with surprising smoothness in the lock. The door swung open on silent hinges. "Hello," I called, more from habit than expectation of response. My voice sounded flat, swallowed by the darkness beyond the small circle of light from my phone. I fumbled for a light switch, finding one that illuminated a chandelier overhead. The entryway revealed itself, dark with floors, faded wallpaper, a staircase curving up to the second floor. The air held the distinctive scent of a place long uninhabited, dust, old paper, and something else. Something organic, like soil after rain. Over the next hour, I brought in my luggage and explored the first floor. The house was fully furnished, filled with heavy Victorian pieces that must have been there for generations. A formal sitting room, a dining room with a table that could seat 12, a library whose shelves sagged with leather-bound volumes, a surprisingly updated kitchen, evidence of renovations sometime in the last decade. Everything was clean but felt suspended in time, as though Evelyn had simply stepped out momentarily rather than passed away months ago. No photographs adorned the walls or mantels, I noticed. No personal effects beyond books and furniture. Nothing to tell me who my great-aunt had been or why she'd left this place to a great-nephew she'd never met. I made my way upstairs, testing each step as the wood creaked beneath my weight. For bedrooms branched off a central hallway. The master, I assumed, was at the end. Its door unlike the others, darker wood with an ornate carving I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. The room I chose overlooked the lake, with a large 4-poster bed and its own small bathroom. I unpacked minimally, plugged in my devices, and tried not to notice how the cellular signal fluctuated between one bar and none. The Wi-Fi router Burke had arranged worked, at least, though the connection seemed fragile. By midnight, exhaustion overcame my unease. I lay in bed listening to the rain's rhythm against the roof and windows, harder now, insistent. Wind had picked up, sending occasional gusts that made the old house settle and creak. Water against glass, wood against wood. A symphony of sounds that should have been soothing, but instead kept me alert, listening for patterns, for anything that didn't belong. Just as sleep began to tug at my consciousness, a distinctive sound cut through the storm's white noise. A sharp rap, like knuckles against glass. My eyes snapped open. 3 more raps followed, clearly deliberate. I sat up, heart suddenly hammering. The sound had come from a window, my second-story window. I approached slowly, the floorboards cold beneath my bare feet. The window revealed only darkness, and the streaks of rain illuminated by distant lightning. Nothing could be at this window. Nothing should be able to reach it. As I turned away, the rapping came again, more insistent. I spun back toward the glass, and for an instant, just a fraction of a second in the next lightning flash, I thought I saw fingers pressed against the pane, pale and distorted by the rain-streaked glass. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over the bed. By the time I gathered myself enough to look again, there was nothing there. Just rain and darkness, and the growing certainty that coming to Blackwood Lake had been a terrible mistake. Yet where else did I have to go? I didn't sleep until the storm finally quieted near dawn. When I woke, sunlight streamed through the windows, revealing a brilliant blue sky and the lake sparkling in the distance. No evidence remained of my night visitor. No fingerprints on the glass. No marks on the exterior windowsill when I leaned out to check. Just a dream, I told myself. Travel exhaustion and an unfamiliar place playing tricks on my mind. But as I made coffee in the kitchen, I noticed something that sent a chill through me despite the warm morning sun. The wooden floor in front of the back door, the door leading to the lake, bore unmistakable wet footprints that weren't mine, already half-dried but clearly visible against the dark wood. Small barefoot prints. Coming inside. Chapter 3, Reflections. I spent that first morning convincing myself of rational explanations. The footprints could have been there before I arrived, perhaps left by someone Burke had hired to prepare the house. The tapping at my window could have been a branch, though I'd later confirm no trees grew close enough to reach it. The strange lingering scent of earth and water that permeated certain rooms could simply be attributable to the house's age and proximity to the lake. I'd always prided myself on rationality. As an editor, I dealt in facts, clarity, precision. Ambiguity was something to be eliminated, not embraced. Yet standing in that kitchen, staring at footprints that shouldn't exist, I felt the first thread of my usual logical framework begin to unravel. By midday, the footprints had dried completely, fading to nearly imperceptible smudges. I took this as permission to focus on more practical matters. I needed groceries, toiletries, and better internet if I was going to work remotely. Burke had mentioned a town center about 15 minutes away. The drive revealed Blackwood Lake to be even more isolated than I had initially thought. My property stretched for what must be hundreds of acres of densely wooded land, with only one narrow access road connecting to the main route. No neighboring houses came into view until I was nearly to town. Blackwood Lake Township barely qualified for the name. A small cluster of buildings around a crossroads, a general store that doubled as a post office, a gas station, a diner, and a handful of other businesses. The few people visible moved with the unhurried pace of those accustomed to a life dictated by seasons rather than schedules. Inside the general store, my city clothes and unfamiliar face drew immediate attention. The elderly woman at the counter regarded me with open curiosity as I gathered basic supplies. "You must be Evelyn's nephew," she said when I approached to pay. Not a question. Great nephew, yes. James Marsden. She nodded as though confirming something. Margaret Winters. Known Evelyn all my life. She began scanning my items with deliberate slowness. Didn't think anyone would come after she passed. The house has been in your family a long time. I didn't know I had family here until the lawyer contacted me. Margaret's hands paused on a can of coffee. That right? Evelyn never mentioned you. We never met. The sound carried volumes of unspoken thoughts. Well, house like that shouldn't sit empty. Gets ideas. I blinked. Gets ideas? Old saying. She waved dismissively. You staying long? At least a month. Possibly longer if I can make it work with my job. Editor, right? In the city. Again, not a question. I tried to mask my surprise. Yes. How did you know? Evelyn mentioned it once. Proud she seemed. Margaret handed me my bags. Dinah makes good breakfast if you don't feel like cooking. Nancy opens at 6. As I turned to leave, she called after me. Rain's coming back tonight. Heavy. You might want to check the cellar for leaks. Old houses, you know. Outside, I scanned the clear blue sky. Not a cloud in sight. Perfect weather according to the forecast I checked that morning. The cell phone signal strengthened in town, and I used the opportunity to call Burke with questions that had formed overnight. Who lived in the house before my aunt? I asked after exchanging pleasantries. Your family has owned the property for generations, Burke replied. I believe Evelyn lived there most of her adult life, over 50 years. Alone. A pause. As far as I know, yes, though I only handled her affairs for the last decade or so. And she never married? Had children? No, Burke said, his tone suggesting this line of questioning was unexpected. Ms. Marsden was quite private. Our interactions were primarily professional. Did she ever mention me? Before the will, I mean. Another pause, longer this time. Not specifically, no. The instructions regarding your inheritance were left in a sealed envelope with explicit directions that it only be opened after her passing. I considered mentioning the footprints, but decided against it. Whatever their origin, Burke would hardly have answers from his office in Bangor. One more thing, I said instead. The master bedroom, the one with the carved door. It was locked when I tried it last night. Ah, yes. Burke cleared his throat. Ms. Marsden specified that room remained sealed. There should be other suitable bedrooms, I believe. There are, but her will was quite clear on certain matters, Mr. Marsden. The master bedroom and its contents are to remain undisturbed during your residency period. After hanging up, I sat in my car watching the few townspeople go about their business, feeling increasingly that I'd stepped into a situation with rules I didn't understand. By late afternoon, I'd returned to the house and set up a workstation in the library, where the internet signal was strongest. I emailed my supervisor at the publishing house, confirming I'd be working remotely for the foreseeable future. The response came quickly. They'd been looking for ways to reduce office overhead and were amenable to permanent remote work if this trial period went well. One less reason to return to Chicago. I was organizing my notes for an upcoming manuscript review when I noticed the first clouds gathering over the lake. Within an hour, the brilliant blue had transformed to steel gray. By evening, rain pattered against the windows, just as Margaret had predicted. That night, I dreamed of water, of standing chest deep in a lake, its surface mirror still around me despite the rain falling from above. In the dream, I wasn't alone. Something moved beneath the surface, circling my legs. Something that periodically brushed against me with a touch too deliberate to be accidental. I woke to find the sheets damp with sweat, my heart racing. Outside, the rain continued, heavier now. A glance at my phone showed 3:17 a.m., that disorienting hour when night feels permanent and rational thought most tenuous. A sound from downstairs made me freeze. A soft thud. Then what could have been footsteps on wet wood. I reached for my phone, turning on its flashlight as I slipped out of bed. The hallway was empty, the stairs beyond cast in shadows that seemed to move in my light's uneven illumination. I descended slowly, testing each step to minimize creaking. The ground floor was dark except for the faint illumination filtering through rain-streaked windows. I moved from room to room, finding nothing out of place until I reached the back door. A small puddle had formed on the floor. Above it, rain leaked through the door frame, dripping with metronome precision. As I watched, the next drop fell, but instead of falling straight down, it seemed to veer sideways, landing several inches from the puddle. Impossible. I blinked hard, questioning my sleep-deprived perception. The next drop fell normally, joining the puddle. I knelt to examine the water, finding it was ordinary rainwater as far as I could tell. A noise from the cellar door made me stiffen, a distinct scratching sound, like fingernails against wood. Margaret's words echoed in my mind. Check the cellar for leaks. The door to the basement was located off the kitchen, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned iron latch. It took effort to lift the mechanism, the metal cold against my palm. The hinges protested as the door swung open, revealing narrow wooden stairs descending into absolute darkness. My phone's flashlight seemed feeble against that darkness, illuminating only the first few steps before shadows consumed the light. The scratching had stopped, but now I could hear water, not the occasional drip from above, but a steady flow, as though a pipe had burst. I should wait until morning, I thought. Call a plumber if needed. Yet something compelled me forward, one hesitant step at a time down the creaking stairs. The cellar air was different, colder, heavier with moisture, carrying that same earthen scent I'd noticed throughout the house, but stronger here. My light revealed a space larger than I had expected, with a packed dirt floor and stone foundation walls. Old furniture covered in sheets created looming shapes in the darkness. At the far end, a hint of movement caught my eye. Water seeping under what appeared to be another door, This one set into the foundation itself. I approached cautiously, the ground growing muddier with each step. This door was smaller than standard, made of metal that had oxidized to a greenish hue. No handle was visible, but an inset keyhole gleamed in my light's beam. The water definitely came from beyond this door, trickling steadily through the seam at the bottom. As I knelt to examine it closer, the scratching sound resumed. From the other side, fingernails or something like them dragging across metal. I recoiled, nearly dropping my phone. The sound stopped immediately. "Hello," I called, feeling foolish even as I said it. Who or what could possibly be on the other side of a locked door in my cellar? No response came, but the quality of the silence changed, became attentive, as though something was listening. Then, so faintly I might have imagined it, a child's laugh, muffled by the door and the sound of running water. I stumbled backward, catching myself against a support beam. My light swept wildly across the cellar, briefly illuminating what appeared to be small footprints in the mud, the same size as those I'd seen by the back door, leading from the metal door toward the stairs. I didn't investigate further, didn't look back as I climbed the stairs two at a time, securing the cellar door behind me with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat in the library with every light on, a cup of tea gone cold beside me, waiting for dawn to restore some sense of normalcy. The rain continued relentlessly, and with it came a certainty I couldn't rationalize away. I was not alone in this house. Something was here with me, something connected to the water that surrounded us, something that had been waiting for my arrival. Chapter 4, Immersion. Morning brought no relief, just the same leaden sky and persistent rain that had fallen all night. My eyes felt gritty from lack of sleep, my thoughts sluggish, but hyper-aware of every sound the old house made. I'd spent the remaining hours of darkness researching the history of Blackwood Lake on my laptop, finding little beyond basic information about its formation, a glacier retreat some 10,000 years ago, and vague references to it being one of the deepest lakes in the region. Nothing about hauntings or strange occurrences. Nothing about my family's connection to the place. I forced myself to eat breakfast, then changed into jeans and a sweater suitable for the day's task. I needed answers, and the cellar seemed the most likely place to start. Whatever lay beyond that metal door, burst pipe, or something less explicable, I couldn't ignore it after what I'd heard and seen. This time I came prepared. Powerful flashlight, a crowbar from the garden shed, and the ring of keys Burke had given me. None looked small enough for the door's keyhole, but I'd try them regardless. The cellar awaited exactly as I'd left it, except the mud floor had dried somewhat, the footprints now hardened impressions rather than wet tracks. I approached the metal door with forced determination. In daylight, or at least with proper illumination, it appeared less ominous, but more perplexing. The metal was indeed copper or bronze that had developed a patina over many years. No hinges were visible from this side. The keyhole, when I examined it closely, was unlike any I'd seen, not designed for a modern key or even an antique one like those that operated the house's doors. I tried each key from the ring anyway. None fit. The water still seeped beneath the door, forming a small, steady stream that disappeared into the dirt floor several feet away. The scratching didn't resume, nor did I hear anything resembling a child's laugh, just the ambient sounds of rain and an old house settling. After several minutes of examination, I wedged the crowbar into the seam where a door met frame and applied pressure. The metal groaned but held fast. I repositioned and tried again with the same result. Whatever this door secured, it wasn't meant to be opened easily, or perhaps at all. I was about to give up when my flashlight beam caught something I'd missed. Faint engravings in the door's surface, largely obscured by the patina. I used my sleeve to wipe away decades of oxidation, revealing what appeared to be words in a language I didn't recognize. The characters weren't quite Latin, nor any modern alphabet I could identify. Below the text was an engraved image, a circular symbol containing concentric rings and what might be stylized waves. I photographed everything with my phone, then reluctantly retreated upstairs. The encounter left me with more questions than answers, and a growing unease about the house and its secrets. My work provided temporary distraction. I spent hours editing a manuscript, losing myself in someone else's words. Around mid-afternoon, a break in the rain tempted me outside. The air felt unusually warm and humid for Maine in early autumn, heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. I followed a narrow path I'd noticed leading from the back of the house toward the lake. Blackwood Lake revealed itself differently today, no longer sparkling blue, but a deep slate gray that reflected the cloudy sky. Its surface rippled with lingering raindrops, concentric circles expanding and intersecting in hypnotic patterns. The shoreline near the house featured a small wooden dock extending about 20 feet into the water, its boards darkened with age and moisture. At the dock's end sat a rowboat, secured with a rope that disappeared into the water. The boat looked seaworthy despite its apparent age, painted a deep green that almost matched the surrounding pines. I walked to the end of the dock, boards creaking beneath my weight. The lake seemed to deepen rapidly. I could see perhaps 3 feet down near the shore, but at the dock's end, the water already appeared bottomless, a void of gray-green darkness. Something about the lake demanded attention. I found myself kneeling at the dock's edge, leaning forward to peer into the depths. For a moment, just a flicker at the edge of perception, I thought I saw movement below, a pale shape passing beneath the dock. A fish, I told myself, or a trick of light on water. Yet I remained there, transfixed by the gentle motion of the lake's surface, until raindrops began falling again. The first drop hit the water directly in front of me, and in the spreading ripple, I could have sworn I saw a face looking back. Not my own reflection, but a woman's face, eyes wide and mouth open as if frozen mid-scream. I jerked backward, nearly falling off the dock. When I looked again, there was nothing but rain-pocked water. "You really shouldn't be out here in the rain," a voice said behind me. I spun around to find a man standing at the dock's edge, where it met the shore, middle-aged, wearing a worn canvas jacket and cap. He regarded me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Sorry," I managed, heart still racing from what I thought I'd seen. "I didn't hear you approach." "William Cray," he introduced himself as I walked back down the dock. "I look after some of the properties around the lake." "James Marsden. I inherited the house from my aunt." "I know who you are." His tone wasn't unfriendly, exactly, but carried no warmth. Miss Evelyn arranged for me to maintain the grounds. Didn't mention family coming to stay. "It was unexpected," I said, unsure how much to explain. "Did you know her well?" William's weathered face revealed nothing. "Known her all my life. My father worked for her father before that. I'd love to hear about her sometime. I never got the chance to meet her." "That right?" He studied me with increased interest. "Strange she'd leave you the place then." Before I could respond, he gestured toward the boat. "That needs checking before you take it out. Lake gets deep fast. Dangerous if you don't know it." "How deep exactly?" William's eyes shifted to the water, then back to me. "Parts haven't been properly sounded. 100 feet in some places, they say. More in others. And fish, I thought I saw something moving down there." A pause, subtle but noticeable. "Lake is fish. Wouldn't eat anything you catch, though." "Why not?" "Water's not right." He made this pronouncement with finality, then changed subjects. "House giving you any trouble?" "Old places like that. Always something needs fixing." I hesitated, considering whether to mention the cellar door, the footprints, the tapping at my window. Something in William's demeanor stopped me, a watchfulness that suggested he was waiting for exactly such a confession. "Just a leak in the cellar," I said instead. "Nothing serious." He nodded slowly. "That'd be the lake trying to get in. Always does during heavy rain. Foundation sound enough, though." The phrasing struck me as odd. The lake trying to get in? Figure of speech. William glanced at the darkening sky. "Rain's picking up. Best get inside." He turned to leave, then added almost as an afterthought, "Stay out of the water, Mr. Marsden. Lake looks calm, but currents underneath can pull you down fast." I watched him disappear into the trees, his warning lingering in the humid air. The rain indeed intensified, and I hurried back to the house, unable to shake the sensation of being watched, not just by William from the forest, but by something from the lake itself. That evening, I tried calling Rachel, seeking the comfort of a familiar voice. The call went to voicemail. I left a message trying to sound casual, mentioning the interesting old house and odd small town, carefully editing out anything that might sound concerning or insane. As darkness fell, the rain became torrential. Wind lashed the trees around the property, and thunder periodically rattled the windows. I sat in the library with a glass of whiskey I'd found in a cabinet, telling myself the mounting sense of dread I felt was merely a response to the storm and isolation. The power flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging the house into darkness broken only by lightning flashes. I fumbled for my phone to activate its flashlight, but before I could, a particularly bright lightning strike illuminated the library for a split second, long enough for me to see I wasn't alone. A figure stood in the doorway, small, child-sized, its proportions wrong in ways I couldn't immediately process. Water pooled at its feet, dripping steadily from clothes or skin I couldn't distinguish in that brief illumination. Darkness returned before I could make sense of what I'd seen. My fingers finally found my phone, activating the light with trembling hands. I swept the beam toward the doorway. Empty, but the puddle remained, a small, unmistakable collection of water on the hardwood floor. I approached it cautiously, hard hammering. The water looked ordinary, except for one detail that sent ice through my veins. It wasn't rainwater seeping in from outside. It was lake water, carrying specks of suspended silt and organic matter. The distinctive scent of Blackwood Lake now unmistakable. I followed the trail of droplets from the library, through the hallway, toward the back of the house. They led directly to the cellar door, which now stood open despite my certainty that I had closed it securely after my exploration earlier. Beyond the door, darkness waited, and from that darkness came a sound I can only describe as singing, a child's voice, wordless and eerily distorted, as though coming from underwater. Chapter 5. Submerged Truths. I stood frozen before the open cellar door, that unearthly singing echoing up the wooden stairs. Every instinct screamed to run, out of the house, away from Blackwood Lake, back to the rational world I'd left behind. But something stronger held me in place, the need to understand what was happening, what had been set in motion by my arrival. My phone's flashlight barely penetrated the darkness below. The singing stopped abruptly, replaced by silence, so complete it seemed to have physical weight. I took one step down, then another, with creaking beneath my weight in what felt like a warning. "Hello." My voice sounded thin, childish with fear. "Is someone there?" No response came, but the quality of the silence changed, became expectant, as though something waited for me to descend further. The blackout made the cellar even more disorienting than before. My light cast grotesque shadows among the sheet-covered furniture. The trail of water droplets continued toward the metal door I'd failed to open earlier, which now stood ajar by several inches. Impossible. The door had been secured, locked or sealed in some way my crowbar couldn't overcome. Yet there it was, open just enough for a small figure to slip through. I approached cautiously, the beam of my flashlight revealing darkness beyond. Not a room as I'd expected, but what appeared to be a tunnel sloping downward, its walls glistening with moisture. The sound of flowing water grew louder, echoing from deep within. "Who's down here?" I called again, trying to keep my voice steady. "This isn't funny." A giggle answered, high and clear, from somewhere in the tunnel. With it came the unmistakable sound of splashing, as though someone small were playing in water. I stood at the threshold, torn between investigation and retreat. The tunnel shouldn't exist, couldn't exist. My property documents had shown nothing about underground structures, and the tunnel's direction would take it directly under the lake. Yet the evidence was before me, along with the certainty that whatever mystery surrounded Evelyn Marsden and my inheritance, answers lay in that darkness. I stepped through the door. The tunnel was larger than it first appeared, high enough that I could stand upright with room to spare. The walls and ceiling were constructed from fitted stone that glistened with moisture. The floor a combination of the same stonework and packed earth that grew increasingly muddy as I advanced. My light revealed the tunnel extending at least 30 feet before curving out of sight. The air changed as I moved deeper, became heavier, laden with moisture and that same earthy, Organic scent I'd noticed throughout the house, but stronger here. Almost like decomposition, but fresher, more vital. The scent of life and death intermingled. Water ran along a channel cut into the floor, flowing from deeper in the tunnel toward the house. The liquid moved with purpose, not following gravity's expected path, but seeming to push itself forward in pulses, like blood through veins. I followed the tunnel as it curved, then descended a set of worn stone steps. The sound of water grew louder, no longer just a small stream at my feet, but a larger body in motion. The temperature dropped noticeably. The tunnel opened suddenly into a chamber that stopped me in my tracks. A circular room, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, its domed ceiling supported by stone columns, inscribed with symbols similar to those on the metal door. At the chamber's center, a pool of dark water occupied a depression in the floor, perfectly round and still despite the sounds of movement I'd been hearing. Around the pool's edge, stone benches formed concentric circles. Upon them sat objects, hundreds of them, arranged with obvious purpose. Dolls made of cloth and wood, small bundles of twigs bound with hair, stones with holes naturally worn through them, children's toys from various eras, their once bright colors faded, and hundreds of glass bottles, each containing what appeared to be lake water and something else, a small personal item, a button, a lock of hair, a baby tooth. The entire arrangement formed a pattern I could only partially comprehend, something like a calendar or record-keeping system that spanned what must be generations. Most disturbing were the photographs placed at intervals among the objects. Daguerreotypes so old they'd almost completely degraded. Formal portraits from the early 20th century. Polaroids from the 1970s. Modern digital prints. All showing children of various ages, many posed at the lake's edge or on its dock. I approached one photograph that drew my attention. A Polaroid showing a young girl, perhaps 6 or 7, sitting on the very dock I'd stood on earlier that day. She wore a sundress, her feet dangling toward the water. Her smile seemed forced, her eyes holding something that might be fear. Behind her stood a woman whose face was just out of frame, only her hand visible on the girl's shoulder. A date was written in faded ink across the bottom, June 17th, 1976. As I reached for the photo, the surface of the pool rippled. I jerked back, nearly dropping my flashlight. The water moved, not from any external disturbance, but from within, bulging upward in the center as though something were rising from its depths. I stumbled backward as the surface broke and water cascaded over the pool's edge. What emerged wasn't what I had expected. Not a creature or even a human figure, but what appeared to be a column of water that maintained its shape against gravity's pull. It rose to about my height, swaying slightly like seaweed in a current. Within its translucent form, darker shapes moved, suggestions of eyes, a mouth, fingers that formed and dissolved. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The column oriented toward me with what felt like curiosity. A sound filled the chamber. Not vocalization in any normal sense, but vibrations that formed patterns in my mind, almost like words. You came. We waited so long. The blackout ended at that moment, power returning to the house above with an audible hum that broke whatever paralysis had gripped me. I fled, dropping my flashlight in my haste to escape the chamber, navigating the dark tunnel by touch and memory until I burst through the metal door into the cellar. I secured the door behind me with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, then took the cellar steps 2 at a time, slamming that door as well. Only when I'd reached the kitchen, surrounded by the reassuring normality of electric light, did I realize my clothes were soaked, not with sweat, but with lake water that left a small puddle forming around my feet. Sleep was impossible that night. I sat in the library with every light blazing, a kitchen knife close at hand, though I knew it would offer no protection against whatever dwelled beneath the house. My mind raced through explanations, hallucination, elaborate hoax, stress-induced psychosis, each less convincing than the last. What I'd seen was real. The tunnel was real. The collection of objects spanning decades, perhaps centuries, was real. Something lived in the lake, or was the lake, and it had been expecting me. Dawn found me still awake, staring out the window as the storm finally broke and weak sunlight filtered through dispersing clouds. I needed answers. and I doubted I'd find them in the house itself. Whatever records Evelyn might have kept would likely be governed by the same secrecy that surrounded everything else about my inheritance. The town might hold answers, historical records, local legends, people who had known my family for generations. With new resolve born of desperation and sleepless clarity, I showered, changed, and drove toward Blackwood Lake Township as morning brightened the dripping landscape. The town looked different in sunlight, less forbidding but more warm, its buildings revealing decades of harsh weather and minimal maintenance. A few more people moved along the single main street than during my previous visit, most offering curious glances as I parked outside the diner Margaret had mentioned. Inside, the smell of coffee and bacon provided momentary comfort. A handful of locals occupied booths and counter stools, conversation dying as I entered. The waitress, Nancy, according to Margaret, approached with coffee without being asked. "You look like you could use this," she said, filling a mug. Her matter-of-fact kindness nearly undid me after the night's horrors. Rough night at Evelyn's place. I must have looked startled because she added, "Small town. News travels. Margaret said you'd taken up residence." "The storm kept me up," I said, which wasn't entirely a lie. Nancy nodded as though this explained everything. Old houses make all kinds of noises in bad weather. Food will help. She handed me a laminated menu. Specials blueberry pancakes. Local berries, picked last month. I ordered automatically, too exhausted to make real decisions. As Nancy walked away, I noticed an elderly man at the counter watching me with open interest. When our eyes met, he nodded once and gathered his coffee cup, moving to sit across from me without invitation. "Robert Quinn," he introduced himself. "Town historian, more or less. Figured you might have questions." My heart rate accelerated. "About what?" "House you're staying in. Family history. Lake," he shrugged. "Folks who inherit usually do." I studied him, trying to gauge whether he represented threat or opportunity. His eyes were sharp despite his age, his manner direct but not unfriendly. "Did you know Evelyn Marsden?" I asked. "Known all the Marsdens who've lived in their house. 5 generations worth." He sipped his coffee. "Your grandmother left when she was young. Never came back, from what I heard." This was news to me. "My grandmother? Elizabeth Marsden." Quinn nodded. "Married a man named Collier, if memory serves." "That's right. My mother's maiden name had been Collier." This was the first real confirmation of my connection to this place. "What do you know about the lake?" I asked, deciding to approach the subject obliquely. Quinn's expression grew guarded. "What's to know? It's deep, cold, been there since the Ice Age. William Cray mentioned something about the currents being dangerous." "William's right about that. Lake's taken its share over the years." "Taken." Quinn studied me for a long moment. "Swimmers, boats that capsized, lake that deep, bodies don't always come back up." Nancy arrived with my breakfast, momentarily halting our conversation. When she'd gone, Quinn leaned forward. "What did you see?" he asked, voice lowered. "In the house." The directness of the question caught me off guard. "What makes you think I saw anything?" "Look on your face." "Same look I've seen before. Same reason most Marsdens don't stay long." He tapped his fingers on the table, considering his next words. "Lake has a pull on your family. Always has." I hesitated, torn between the need for information and fear of revealing too much of my experience. "I found a tunnel," I finally said, leading from the cellar toward the lake. A room with objects, like a collection. Quinn didn't look surprised. "The keeping room," he said, nodding. "So it showed itself to you early. Usually takes longer." Showed itself. The door was locked when I first found it. Doors like that open when they're meant to, not before. Quinn finished his coffee. "Your family's been tending that room for generations. Part of the arrangement." "What arrangement?" He glanced around the diner, then back to me. "Not the place for that conversation. Some things aren't for public discussion in Blackwood Lake." "Then where?" "The library keeps the town records. Historical society documents, too. Corner of Elm and Pine." Quinn stood, placing money on the table for his coffee. Ask for Marion Shepherd. Tell her I sent you. And that had started again. Before I could question his cryptic statement, he was gone, the bell over the door jingling in his wake. I ate mechanically, my appetite diminished by the conversation. Quinn had confirmed the tunnel and chamber were real, not hallucination, which should have been reassuring. Instead, his matter-of-fact acceptance of their existence and his reference to an arrangement only deepened my unease. The Blackwood Lake Historical Society occupied the second floor of the small public library, a weathered Victorian similar in style to my house, but on a smaller scale. Marion Shepherd proved to be a woman in her 60s, with steel-gray hair and reading glasses on a chain around her neck. Her initial coolness warmed slightly when I mentioned Quinn had sent me. "He called ahead," she said, leading me into a room lined with filing cabinets and bookshelves. "Said you'd be asking about your family's history with the lake. I'm trying to understand why my great-aunt left me her house when we never met." Marion gave me a look that suggested she knew this wasn't my only question. The Marsden property has always passed to blood relations, regardless of personal connection. Tradition, a tradition related to something called the arrangement. I ventured. Her expression closed like a shutter. "I can show you the property records and family documents we have on file. The rest." She hesitated. "Some matters in Blackwood Lake are kept within affected families." Over the next 2 hours, Marion provided me with a wealth of official documentation, land grants dating to the 1840s, property tax records, birth and death certificates for Marsdens going back 5 generations. I learned that my great-grandmother had indeed left town in 1943, shortly after marrying my great-grandfather. My grandmother had been born elsewhere, never living in Blackwood Lake. The documents revealed a pattern. For generations, the Marsden home had been primarily occupied by single female family members who remained childless. Those who married tended to leave town shortly after, having children elsewhere. Yet the property always remained in family hands, passing to the next female relative when the current occupant died. Evelyn had been an exception only in that she had no female relatives to inherit. I was apparently the closest blood relation remaining. What the documents didn't explain was why this pattern existed, why the family maintained such a connection to our house and lake despite most members choosing to live elsewhere. Nothing mentioned tunnels or collections or arrangements with entities that formed themselves from lake water. "There must be more," I said to Marion as she gathered the materials I'd been reviewing. Personal records, journals, anything explaining the family's connection to the lake itself. She hesitated, then reached into a desk drawer, extracting a thin leather-bound volume. "This came to us after Evelyn's death. It's not cataloged in our official collection." The book was small, its leather cover worn smooth with handling. No title adorned its spine or cover. Inside, pages of handwritten text in various inks and handwritings suggested entries made over many years. "What is it?" I asked. "A record kept by your family. Each generation adds to it." Marion's voice lowered. "I shouldn't be showing you this here. If you want to read it, take it with you. Return it when you've decided." "Decided what?" She didn't answer directly. "The rain's returning tonight. Heavy again. You should be in the house before dark." I left with the journal tucked inside my jacket, Marion's warning echoing Quinn's earlier statement and Margaret's prediction of the previous day's storm. The entire town seemed to operate on knowledge I didn't possess, about the weather, about my family, about what might be waiting in the house after darkness fell. Back at the property, I sat in the library with Evelyn's untouched whiskey and the leather journal, steeling myself to read whatever record my family had kept. The sky outside darkened prematurely as clouds gathered over the lake once more. The journal began with an entry dated September 1842, written in formal 19th century prose. "The arrangement is completed. The Marsden family shall maintain guardianship over the threshold in perpetuity, in exchange for the promised prosperity and protection. The vessel has accepted our offering and sealed the covenant with water and blood. May God forgive what necessity has demanded of us." Subsequent entries, made approximately every decade, recorded details that initially seemed mundane: maintenance of the property, changes to the collection, and what Quinn had called the keeping room, observations about the lake's behavior during storms. As I read further, disturbing patterns emerged, references to selections made from local children, protocols for introductions to the lake, detailed records of exchanges that correlated with periods of unusual prosperity for the town, rich fishing seasons, discovery of valuable timber, protection from disasters that struck neighboring communities. Most disturbingly, entries referred to the calling, a process by which the entity in the lake apparently selected new guardians from the Marsden bloodline, always female when possible. Those who heard the calling were bound to remain, maintaining the house and keeping room, facilitating their exchanges. Those who refused the calling were allowed to leave, to live normal lives away from Blackwood Lake, with one condition: they must provide the next generation of potential guardians through their children, who would be evaluated when they came of age. The final entry was dated just 3 months before Evelyn's death. The lake grows restless without a successor. I have performed the rituals as taught, but my time draws short. The vessel demands new blood for the arrangement to continue. James shows potential despite being male. The dreams have already begun. According to monitoring, the lake will call him home when I am gone. May he forgive what necessity demands of him, as all Marsdens have before. I closed the journal, hands shaking. The monitoring Evelyn mentioned suggested I had been watched for years without my knowledge. The dreams, those I recognized. Throughout my life, I had experienced recurring dreams of deep water, of voices calling from beneath the surface. Dreams I'd mentioned to no one except Rachel, who had suggested they stemmed from an unresolved childhood fear. Outside, rain began to fall once more, droplets tapping against the windows like impatient fingers. Like summoning, I poured another measure of whiskey and tried to think rationally about what I'd read. The journal described generations of Marsdens essentially serving as caretakers for something that lived in the lake, something that required offerings and exchanges involving local children. The entire arrangement sounded like a cultural practice bordering on cult activity, perhaps evolved from indigenous beliefs or settler superstitions. Yet what I had seen in the chamber beneath the house defied rational explanation. The water that moved against gravity, that formed itself into a shape capable of communication, that was no superstition. And now, according to Evelyn's final entry, I had been selected as the next guardian despite breaking the tradition of female succession. The lake had called me here through inheritance, dreams, perhaps even through the strange pull I'd felt toward the water when standing on the dock. The rain intensified as darkness fell completely. I moved through the house, turning on lights, reluctant to allow shadows any foothold. In the kitchen, I found myself staring at the cellar door, knowing what waited beyond it. The tunnel, the keeping room, perhaps the water entity itself expecting me to continue the arrangement that had bound my family for generations. A sharp knock at the front door startled me from these thoughts. Through the peephole, I saw William Cray standing on the porch, rain dripping from his cap and jacket. I opened the door cautiously, suddenly aware of his possible role in all this. Local caretaker who had worked for Evelyn, who likely knew everything about the arrangement. "Evening, Mr. Marsden," he said without preamble. "Came to check the generator. Power goes out often in storms like this." I hesitated, then stepped aside to let him in, watching carefully as he removed his wet outerwear. "You've been in town," he observed, nodding toward my jacket and keys by the door. "Meeting with the Historical Society," I said, studying his reaction, learning about my family's connection to Blackwood Lake. William's expression revealed nothing. "Find what you were looking for." "Some of it." I decided to be direct. "I know about the tunnel under the house, the keeping room, the arrangement with whatever lives in the lake." He absorbed this without surprise. "Then you know what's expected of you. To continue collecting objects from children, to maintain some kind of sacrifice system for a water entity." I couldn't keep the revulsion from my voice. "That's not happening." William sighed heavily. "It's not that simple, Mr. Marsden. The arrangement protects the town, has for generations." "Protects it from what?" "From the lake itself." He gestured toward the windows where rain lashed with increasing force. "From what lives in its depths. The collection maintains balance. One child chosen each generation, treated with honor, joining the waters so all others may live in safety. His matter-of-fact description of child sacrifice, however ritualized or rationalized, chilled me more than any supernatural encounter. That's insane. Criminal. It's survival. William's voice hardened. Your family has always understood that. The price is high but necessary. The alternative would be the lake taking as it wishes, dozens, hundreds over the years. I'm calling the police, I said, reaching for my phone. William made no move to stop me. Sheriff Lawson knows. His grandfather was the one who helped your great-grandfather formalize the arrangement after the flood of 1903 took 17 children in one night. My hand froze over the phone. What? Before the arrangement, the lake took as it pleased. Storms would come, water would rise, children would vanish. Sometimes one, sometimes many. William's eyes held mine steadily. Your ancestors found a way to control it. One willing offering each generation, properly prepared through the rituals. In exchange, the lake's power brings prosperity and protects the town from disaster. Willing, I repeated incredulously. They understand the honor, are prepared from an early age. He looked away finally. My niece was chosen during Evelyn's time. Emily, proudest day of my sister's life, knowing her child would ensure the community's safety for decades. The photograph in the keeping room flashed in my mind. The young girl on the dock, her forced smile, the woman's hand on her shoulder. Had that been Emily? Had Evelyn been the woman partially out of frame? This is the 21st century, I said. You can't possibly expect me to participate in child sacrifice. Call it what you want. The arrangement continues regardless of what century we're in. William moved toward the door to the basement. Generator's down here. Need to make sure it's ready if power goes again. Stay away from that door, I warned, suddenly fearful of his intentions. William paused, then shook his head sadly. You're fighting what you already know, Mr. Marsden. The lake chose you as guardian. The dreams have started. Soon you'll hear the voices clearly, not just in sleep, but in waking hours too. The calling can't be refused once it's begun. As if summoned by his words, a child's laugh echoed from somewhere in the house. Not from the cellar this time, but from upstairs. We both looked toward the ceiling. Right on time, William said quietly. The visitations always intensify during storms. It's the lake's way of teaching new guardians what they need to know. I backed away from him, toward the kitchen where the knife I kept nearby last night still lay. Get out, now. William made no move toward me, his expression almost pitying. I'll check the generator another time. But Mr. Marsden James, you should know time is short. The selection for this generation is already overdue. The lake grows impatient. After he'd gone, I double-locked the door and sank onto the hallway floor, the journal clutched in my hands. Upstairs, footsteps pattered across hardwood, accompanied by that same childish humming I'd heard in the cellar. Something was in the house with me, something sent by the lake to ensure I accepted my role as the new guardian. I needed to leave, to pack my things and drive away from Blackwood Lake, from the house, from the insanity of blood pacts with water entities. Yet even as I formed this resolution, I knew two things with growing certainty. The lake would not easily release someone it had chosen. And worse, part of me, some ancestral fragment of Marsden DNA, felt the undeniable pull of the calling already beginning to resonate in my bones. Chapter 6, Rising Tide. I didn't leave that night, though every rational instinct urged escape. The storm intensified to near hurricane force, making travel dangerous on the rural roads. Power failed shortly after William's departure, leaving me in darkness broken only by the emergency lights I found stored in a kitchen drawer, evidence of Evelyn's preparation for such outages. The footsteps and humming upstairs continued intermittently through the night. I remained in the library, doors locked, struggling to process everything I'd learned while jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Around midnight, my phone rang, Rachel's name lighting up the screen. I answered immediately, desperate for connection to normality. James, are you okay? Her voice carried concern I hadn't expected given our recent separation. "I've been trying to reach you." "I'm fine, Elite. Bad storm here, power's out." "You don't sound fine." A pause. "Look, I know this is strange timing, but I've been having these dreams about you. Awful dreams. You're underwater, trying to speak to me, but I can't understand." My blood ran cold. "When did these start?" "A few nights ago. The first night you were in Maine, I think." Her voice lowered. "They feel so real, James. Like you're trying to warn me about something." The journal had mentioned the dreams, of the way the lake communicated, reached out to those connected to its chosen guardian, that it could touch Rachel hundreds of miles away, suggested power far beyond what I'd imagined. "It's just stress," I said, attempting reassurance I didn't feel. "The breakup, me moving suddenly." "Maybe." She didn't sound convinced. "Just be careful there, okay? Something feels wrong about all this." After we hung up, the house fell silent. Even the phantom footsteps ceased. The abrupt quiet felt more threatening than the noises had been, as though the house and its supernatural tenant were listening, processing what they'd heard. I must have dozed eventually because I woke with dawn light filtering through the library windows. The storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape transformed, trees down, debris scattered, and the lake visibly higher than before, its waters having crept several feet up the shoreline. The generator William had mentioned kicked on automatically at some point, restoring limited power to essential systems. I made coffee and forced myself to eat while developing a plan. I couldn't stay in Blackwood Lake, that much was clear. Whatever generational madness had gripped my family, I wanted no part of it, yet I couldn't simply abandon the situation either. If even a fraction of what William and the journal described was true, children's lives were at stake. Either the next chosen victim, or potentially many more if the arrangement somehow failed. I needed more information, and there was only one obvious source remaining: the keeping room itself. The collection spanning generations might contain evidence of what had really happened, records, photographs, perhaps even proof I could take to authorities beyond Blackwood Lake's corrupted system. With daylight offering some psychological protection, I descended to the cellar once more, this time better prepared. I carried a proper flashlight, my phone for documentation, and the crowbar I'd used in my previous attempt to open the metal door. The door stood closed again, but yielded easily to my touch, swinging inward to reveal the tunnel exactly as I'd left it. The small stream still flowed along its channel in that unnatural, pulsing manner. I followed the path to the keeping room, where the circular pool remained still and dark at the chamber's center. In daylight, or rather in proper illumination, I could see details missed during my night of terror. The concentric benches holding the collection were arranged by era, with the oldest objects nearest the pool. The symbols carved into the columns weren't random designs, but a form of record-keeping, each column apparently dedicated to a specific time period. I began systematically photographing everything: the layout, the objects, the inscriptions. The collection was even more extensive than I had first realized, containing hundreds of items, spanning what must be nearly 2 centuries. The photographs proved the most disturbing element. I found what I suspected was Emily, the girl from the Polaroid, and several more images documenting what appeared to be preparation rituals. In one, she stood waist-deep in the lake, white dress billowing around her, expression solemn. In another, she sat in what I recognized as the library upstairs, reading from a book similar to the journal I'd found. The final photo in the Emily sequence showed only the lake's surface, a small whirlpool visible at its center. The date matched the others, June 17th, 1976. Other photographic sequences documented similar progressions for different children, all leading to that final image of disturbed water. One sequence per decade, roughly. The most recent set ended in 2008, suggesting the arrangement had continued well into modern times. I was so absorbed in documentation that I didn't immediately notice the pool's surface beginning to ripple. When movement caught my eye, I jerked backward, nearly dropping my phone. The water rose once more into that impossible column, swaying gently as it had during my first encounter. This time in proper light, I could see more definition in the shapes that formed within its translucent body, suggestions of a female face, constantly shifting between young and old, formed and dissolved as I watched. Guardian, the vibration voice resonated in my mind. You returned to learn. I should have been paralyzed with terror. Instead, I found myself responding, compelled by some force beyond my conscious control. What are you? I am the vessel, the keeper, the memory of waters. What do you want from me? To continue what your blood began, to maintain the balance. I gestured toward the collection surrounding us. By taking children, by receiving the honored. One life freely given sustains many. The exchange is fair. There's nothing fair about child sacrifice, I said, finding my voice strengthening with anger. The water column rippled, its internal shapes becoming more agitated. You speak from ignorance. Before the arrangement, I took as hunger demanded. Your ancestor Eliza Marsden offered terms, one willing vessel each generation, properly prepared, in exchange for restraint and blessing. And if I refuse, if I end this arrangement, the entity's form grew taller, water drawing from a pool to enhance its mass. The hunger remains regardless of your choice. Without the arrangement, I will feed as nature demands. The waters will rise. Children will answer my call, drawn to depths beyond your reach. You are threatening to murder children if I don't help you murder one child. I do not murder. The vibration carried something like indignation. I transform, preserve. The chosen become part of me, their memories and essence continuing within the waters. Eternal. Images flooded my mind, children's faces beneath the lake surface, not drowning or distressed, but transformed, their features fluid and peaceful, moving through underwater realms impossible for human understanding. I recoiled from the vision. Stay out of my head. Your head belongs to me already, Guardian. The calling has begun. Even now, the waters rise within you. As if to demonstrate, moisture beaded on my skin, not sweat, but water seeming to seep through my pores from within. I stumbled backward toward the tunnel entrance. I'm leaving Blackwood Lake, finding authorities who can end this. The water entity made no move to stop me, its form swaying calmly. You cannot leave what you are becoming, and there are no authorities above the waters. We have existed since ice retreated from these lands. We will exist when your cities have returned to dust. I fled the chamber, the entity's final words following me through the tunnel. The selection must be made before the next full moon. Prepare the chosen, or the waters will rise to take what is needed. Back in the cellar, I secured the metal door with trembling hands, then ascended to the kitchen where I collapsed at the table, mind racing. The lake, or whatever entity controlled it, had threatened catastrophe if the arrangement wasn't maintained. One sacrificial child to save many others. The formula of tyrants and monsters throughout history. Necessary evil, greater good. Sacrifice few to save many. I couldn't be part of it. Wouldn't be. Yet the moisture that had seeped from my own skin was undeniable evidence that the lake's influence had already begun manifesting physically. The calling, as the journal had named it, was a literal transformation, Guardian becoming like that which they guarded. I needed help, someone with knowledge of the arrangement, but who might not be fully committed to its continuation. Robert Quinn, the self-described town historian, seemed the most likely candidate. He had approached me, offered information, directed me to the historical society where I'd found the journal. In town, I located Quinn at the small hardware store where he apparently worked part-time. He agreed to meet after his shift at a fishing dock on the lake's opposite shore from my property, neutral ground. He called it. The dock extended into a small cove sheltered by overhanging trees. Quinn arrived carrying a tackle box and fishing rod, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary outing to any observers. Figured you'd have questions after reading that journal, he said without preamble, especially after the storm last night. You know about the arrangement. The sacrifices. Not a question. Quinn cast his line into the water with practiced ease. My grandfather was sheriff during the 1903 flood, helped forge the modern version of the agreement after watching half the town's children vanish in one night. And you're okay with this? A child murdered every decade or so to appease something in the lake. Not murdered, Quinn corrected, his eyes on the water. Transformed. elevated. At least that's how the families see it. The families. I repeated. Those chosen consider it an honor, compete for it even. Their children receive special education, privileges. The selected child brings prosperity to their entire extended family. He glanced at me. Why do you think William Cray watches your property so carefully? His niece Emily was the last properly inducted vessel. His family has benefited since. The casual way he described the system made my stomach turn. It's still human sacrifice. It's survival. Quinn's expression hardened. You've seen it now, yes? The vessel? Spoken with it. I nodded reluctantly. Then you know. It's not human. Not bound by human morality or needs. It's ancient. Part of this land before people arrived. The Abenaki had their own arrangements with it before settlers came. Called it the Devourer of Light. If it's been contained by the arrangement all these years, why does Evelyn's journal mention monitoring me? Why was I chosen as guardian when I never even knew this place existed? Quinn reeled in his line slowly. Every few generations, the bloodline thins. Fewer Marsden women born, or those born prove unsuitable as guardians. When that happens, the lake reaches further. Dreams, visions, compulsions, calls the blood home. I've been dreaming of water my whole life, I admitted, of voices calling from below the surface. The calling started early in you. Evelyn would have known through the water connection guardians maintained with the vessel. She'd have watched you from afar, assessing whether you could continue the line when her time came. And now I'm supposed to what? Select a child for drowning? Convince their family it's an honor? Quinn sighed heavily. The selection has already begun. The vessel identifies potential vessels years in advance, children with certain qualities. The guardian's role is to oversee the preparation, conduct the rituals, ensure the exchange happens properly. Who is it? I demanded. Which child has been identified for this cycle? That information is only revealed to the recognized guardian, Quinn said, when you accept the role formally. I'm not accepting anything. Then the lake will rise and take what it needs anyway. Quinn looked at me directly. The arrangement doesn't just provide one child as offering. It provides control, direction. Without a guardian managing the process, the vessel's hunger grows indiscriminate. A horrible thought occurred to me. Is that why it's been raining so much? The storm since I arrived? Quinn nodded grimly. The waters rise when the vessel grows impatient. If no selection is confirmed soon, flooding will begin. Children will be drawn to the water, unable to resist its call. You're trying to make me complicit in murder to prevent murder. I'm telling you how things are. Quinn began packing up his fishing gear. Evelyn prepared documentation for you. Instructions for the rituals, the selection process, everything you need to know. She kept it in the master bedroom. The locked room, I recalled. Burke said it was to remain sealed during my residency. Burke was following Evelyn's instructions. She knew you'd need time to accept your role before accessing certain knowledge. Quinn handed me a small key from his pocket. This opens the master bedroom. What you do with what you find there is your choice. I took the key reluctantly. There has to be another way. Many have thought so. Many have tried alternatives. Quinn shouldered his tackle box. The waters always rise eventually. The hunger must be fed. As we parted ways, Quinn added a final warning. The full moon is in 10 days. By then, you must either have confirmed the selection or left Blackwood Lake entirely. You just said I can't leave, that the calling won't allow it. You can try. His expression held genuine sympathy. Some have managed to resist long enough to cross the county line. Few make it much further before the waters find them. Back at the house, I stood before the ornately carved door of the master bedroom, Quinn's key heavy in my palm. Whatever waited beyond represented a point of no return, knowledge I couldn't unknow, responsibilities I couldn't reject once acknowledged. I almost walked away, almost packed my bags and took my chances fleeing Blackwood Lake, conducting a personal experiment in how far the calling's influence could reach. But one thought stopped me. If Quinn was right, my departure would trigger indiscriminate action from the lake entity. Multiple children might die instead of the one designated vessel. Without understanding exactly what I faced, any attempt to break the arrangement might cause more harm than compliance. I turned the key. The master bedroom was larger than the others, dominated by a four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Unlike the rest of the house, this room showed clear signs of recent occupation. Evelyn's personal effects arranged precisely on the dresser, clothes still hanging in the partially open closet. Most striking was the wall opposite the bed, covered entirely by a massive corkboard upon which hundreds of photographs, news clippings, maps, and handwritten notes had been meticulously arranged. At the center was a large map of Blackwood Lake and surrounding areas, with certain properties marked in red. I approached this display with growing dread, recognizing it as a working document of Evelyn's monitoring activities. The photographs showed children of various ages in everyday settings, at school, playing in parks, walking through town. Some had been crossed out with red X marks. Others were circled in green. One photograph dominated the others, recently placed based on its position over older materials. A school portrait of a girl perhaps 10 years old, with solemn eyes and dark hair pulled back from her face. A green circle surrounded her image, and beneath it a name was written in Evelyn's precise handwriting. Lily Cray. Final selection for cycle 2020 to 2030. Bloodline. Maternal grandmother participated in 1976 exchange. Emily Cray. William's grandniece. The next vessel, chosen from the family that had already provided one child to the lake. Beside Lily's photograph was a smaller image of a familiar face, William Cray, designated as secondary guardian and vessel family representative. The revelation struck me physically, sending me staggering backward until my legs hit the edge of the bed. William wasn't just aware of the arrangement. He was actively participating in preparing his own grandniece for sacrifice, continuing a family tradition of providing vessels to the lake entity. I forced myself to examine the rest of Evelyn's documentation, detailed records of Lily's development since birth, medical records obtained through unclear means, school reports, photographs documenting her interactions with water, first bath, swimming lessons, visits to the lake shore. A leather-bound book similar to the journal I'd found at the Historical Society lay on Evelyn's bedside table. This version contained explicit instructions for the preparation rituals leading to the final induction ceremony, during which the chosen vessel would be formally introduced to the lake entity. The ritual descriptions were clinically precise, yet couched in euphemistic language. Awakening the water affinity, testing receptivity to the vessel's influence, preliminary merging experiences. Reading between the lines, I understood these as gradually increasing exposures to the lake's supernatural properties, preparing a child psychologically and somehow physically for complete absorption. According to the timeline laid out in Evelyn's notes, the process should have begun months ago, immediately following her death. My delayed arrival and reluctance to accept the guardian role had disrupted the carefully planned schedule, creating the impatience Quinn and William had mentioned. The final pages of the ritual book described the induction ceremony itself, a process scheduled to coincide with the full moon, when the lake's powers were allegedly strongest. The chosen vessel would enter the water willingly, having been prepared through months of rituals to accept their transformation as both inevitable and desirable. I closed the book, physically ill at what I'd discovered, a system of grooming children for sacrifice, disguised as spiritual honor and community necessity. Generations of Marsdens had overseen this process, believing themselves noble guardians rather than facilitators of murder. And worse, the specific child selected for this cycle was already identified, already being prepared by her own family, Lily Cray, carrying the honor of following her grandmother Emily into the depths. I couldn't allow it to happen, regardless of supernatural entities or generational arrangements. A child's life was at stake. I needed to get Lily away from Blackwood Lake before the full moon, before her family and the entity in the lake could complete what they'd started. First, though, I needed to understand exactly what I was fighting. Evelyn's research materials extended beyond the arrangement itself to the nature of the entity it served. Journals documented her attempts to communicate with what she called lesser vessels, previous sacrifices whose consciousness supposedly continued within the lake entity. through some process involving water collected during specific lunar phases. Evelyn claimed to have established dialogue with these absorbed consciousnesses, recording their descriptions of existence within the entity. The accounts were disturbing in their inconsistency, some describing a blissful union with an eternal consciousness, others suggesting a fragmented half-life of confused identity. Most troubling were references to the deepest vessel, apparently the first sacrifice made by Eliza Marsden in 1842 to establish the original arrangement. According to Evelyn's notes, this consciousness remained distinct from the others, maintaining individuality within the collective and serving as primary communicator with guardians. The description matched what I had experienced in the keeping room, the water column that formed a shifting face, sometimes young, sometimes old, not many entities, but one composite being speaking through many absorbed identities. The implications were staggering. If Evelyn's research was accurate, the entity in the lake wasn't simply feeding on sacrificial victims. It was collecting them, preserving some aspect of their consciousness within itself. The vessels weren't just metaphorical. They were literal containers of human awareness subsumed into the greater whole. This raised the horrible possibility that Evelyn hadn't been delusional or part of a generational cult. She may have been responding to an actual metaphysical reality, one in which sacrificed children continue to exist in some form, accessible to those who knew how to communicate with them. I sat on Evelyn's bed, surrounded by evidence of her meticulous documentation of the unbelievable, trying to reconcile scientific rationality with what I had personally experienced in the tunnel beneath the house. The water that moved against gravity, the voice that resonated in my mind without sound, the moisture that had seeped from my own skin as though the lake were already inside me. And now, the knowledge that a specific child, Lily Cray, had been selected as the next sacrifice, with her family's apparent consent and participation. Whatever I chose to believe about the supernatural aspects of the situation, one fact remained clear. I needed to get Lily away from Blackwood Lake before the full moon, now just 9 days away, which meant confronting William Cray about his role in preparing his grandniece for sacrifice, a conversation that promised to be as dangerous as it was necessary. Chapter 7, Blood Ties. The next morning dawned with deceptive brightness, sunlight sparkling on the lake's surface, as though nothing sinister lurked in its depths. I'd spent a restless night, processing everything I'd learned, oscillating between disbelief and growing acceptance of the impossible reality I'd stumbled into. I needed to see Lily Cray, to confirm she was a real child and not some elaborate fiction created to draw me deeper into Blackwood Lake's madness. Town records would show her school enrollment, address, family situation. Normal, verifiable facts to ground my increasingly untethered perceptions. The town hall opened at 9, housing both municipal offices and the elementary school in a single brick building at the center of Blackwood Lake Township. I arrived shortly after opening, presenting myself at the administration office with a story about being Evelyn Marsden's nephew, newly arrived and taking inventory of her community involvements and connections. The secretary, a middle-aged woman named Donna, who mentioned having attended high school with my mother, a connection I couldn't verify, was helpful in providing general information about the town's educational system while remaining professionally vague about specific students. Evelyn was a major benefactor for our school, Donna explained, showing me a plaque listing donors to the recently renovated science laboratory. The Marsden family has always supported education here, going back generations. I've heard my aunt took special interest in certain students, I ventured, watching her reaction carefully. Mentoring, I believe. Something flickered across Donna's expression, recognition, perhaps concern. Miss Evelyn did serve on our gifted student committee, identified children with special aptitudes. Any current students she was particularly invested in, I'd like to continue her support in her memory. Donna hesitated, then stood. Let me get Principal Winters. She can better answer questions about specific programs. As she disappeared down the hallway, I glanced around the office. A court bulletin board displayed student artwork and announcements. Among the drawings was a watercolor painting signed Lily C., grade 5. A surprisingly skilled rendering of the lake at sunset, the water depicted in unnatural blues and purples that seemed to glow from within. Margaret Winters, the same woman I'd met at the general store, entered moments later, her administrative role at the school explaining her immediate recognition of me during our first encounter. "Mr. Marsden," she greeted me, expression neutral but eyes watchful. "Donna says you're interested in continuing Evelyn's educational initiatives." Yes, I understand she mentored gifted students. Margaret gestured toward a small conference room off the main office. Once inside with the door closed, her demeanor changed, became both more guarded and more direct. "You've been to the master bedroom. Read Evelyn's records." Not a question. I nodded, seeing no point in denial. "Then you know about Lily." "I know she's been selected as a vessel, that her grandmother was sacrificed in 1976, that her great-uncle William is participating in preparing her." I leaned forward. "What I don't know is how an entire community continues to support child sacrifice in the 21st century." Margaret didn't flinch at my blunt phrasing. "The arrangement isn't something most residents understand fully. They know the lake demands respect. They know certain families are specially connected to it. They know disasters befall communities that don't maintain their water covenants." Water covenants, I repeated, a fancy term for ritualized murder. "Your perspective is understandably limited by your recent arrival." Margaret's tone remained even, educational. "The relationship between Blackwood Lake and its people predates European settlement. The Abenaki understood the lake contains a consciousness. Their shamans developed the first exchanges, voluntary transitions they considered transcendence, not death. And you've maintained this practice into modern times, with modern children. The alternative proved worse." She met my gaze directly. "Before your ancestor Eliza formalized the arrangement, the lake took dozens of children each generation, drew them to the water through dreams and compulsions they couldn't resist. The Marsden guardianship brought order to chaos. One willing participant, properly prepared, instead of random tragedies no one could prevent. The same rationalization William and Quinn had offered, the same terrible math. Sacrifice one to save many. Lily Cray is 10 years old," I said. "She can't possibly give informed consent to something like this." "Lily has been prepared since birth for her role. Her family has received significant benefits already: property, positions of influence, protection during hardships that affected others." Margaret's expression softened slightly. "She understands far more than you might expect. The water affinity is strong in her bloodline. I want to meet her." Margaret shook her head immediately. "That's impossible without William's approval. As her family's representative, he manages all interactions related to her preparation. Then I want to meet with William, officially as the new guardian." Something like relief crossed Margaret's features. "So you are accepting the role?" "I'm investigating it," I corrected. "Understanding doesn't mean agreement." "Of course." She made a note in a small book she carried. "I can arrange a meeting this afternoon. The three of us, you, William, and myself as town representative." "Not at my house," I specified, not wanting William to have further access to the tunnel and keeping room. "The boathouse at the community dock." 3 o'clock. As I turned to leave, Margaret added, "The waters are rising, Mr. Marsden. 6 inches overnight at the North Shore. We haven't had rain since yesterday." The implication was clear. The entity's impatience manifested physically in the lake's changing water levels. Another warning, another attempt to pressure me toward compliance. I spent the intervening hours researching Blackwood Lake's history through public records available at the library. The town's archives confirmed aspects of what I'd been told. Periodic flooding throughout recorded history, with particularly devastating incidents occurring approximately every 30 years until the 1840s, when the pattern changed to minor, predictable rises. Newspaper accounts from the early 20th century referenced the 1903 flood Margaret had mentioned, describing it as a tragedy of unprecedented scale that claimed 17 lives, all children between the ages of 4 and 12. The article noted all victims were found in the lake despite some having disappeared from homes nearly a mile from shore. The historical pattern supported the general premise I had been given. Something had changed in the 1840s that altered the lake's behavior. whether that change was a supernatural arrangement with a water entity or simply better flood management and infrastructure remained impossible to prove from public records alone. What I could verify was the financial and social prominence of certain families in Blackwood Lake's history, the Marsdens foremost among them, but also the Crays, the Winters, and a handful of others who repeatedly appeared in positions of influence across generations. These families showed unusual stability in wealth and status compared to others in the region, supporting the claim that the arrangement brought prosperity to those who participated. At precisely 3 o'clock, I arrived at the community dock boathouse, a weathered structure extending over the water at the lake's public access point. William Cray and Margaret Winters waited inside, seated at a rough wooden table normally used for cleaning fish. The setting felt deliberately chosen to emphasize our discussion's gravity. The lake literally beneath us, the smell of water and marine life permeating the air. Mr. Marsden. William acknowledged me with a nod. Margaret says you're ready to discuss your responsibilities. I remained standing, not ready to join them at the table. I'm here to discuss Lily. William's weathered face revealed nothing. My grandniece is progressing well in her preparation, despite delays. Her water affinity is strong, like her grandmother's. She's a child, not a sacrifice, I countered. I want to know exactly what's been done to her, what she's been told, and whether she truly understands what's being planned. Lily has been raised with knowledge of her special connection to the lake. Margaret interjected smoothly. Like all potential vessels, she's been educated about the arrangement's importance and the honor of selection. Brainwashed, you mean? William's expression hardened. You speak of things you don't understand, from a perspective of ignorance. Lily's selection is the culmination of generations of preparation. Our family has provided vessels since the beginning. Your family sacrifices its children for benefits from the arrangement. I said bluntly, financial gain, social position. Our family understands sacrifice for the greater good. William corrected. Emily, my sister, was chosen in 1976. I watched her transformation, saw her face as she understood what she was becoming. His voice softened with what sounded like genuine reverence. There was no fear at the end, only wonder. I want to meet Lily, I insisted. Speak with her alone, without either of you present. William and Margaret exchanged glances. That's not how the process works, Margaret said. Contact between Guardian and vessel follows specific protocols, especially at this stage. Then the process changes. I place my hands on the table, leaning toward them. If I'm to consider continuing this arrangement, and I'm not saying I will, I need to hear directly from Lily, uncoached, unpressured. Impossible, William began, but Margaret raised a hand to silence him. A compromise might be appropriate, she said thoughtfully. A supervised meeting. Lily, Mr. Marsden, and a neutral third party. She glanced at William. Perhaps Robert Quinn? He understands the traditions, but isn't directly involved with either family. William clearly disliked the suggestion, but eventually nodded. 1 hour. Tomorrow. Quinn's boathouse. He fixed me with a hard stare. But understand this, Mr. Marsden. The selection is final. The preparation is advanced. You're here to oversee the completion, not question the process itself. We'll see, I replied, unwilling to concede any ground. As we concluded our meeting, the lake's surface remained mirror calm despite the tension above it. Walking back to my car, I noticed the water level had indeed risen since my arrival, now lapping at dock supports that had been well above the waterline yesterday. The entity was making its impatience known, applying pressure through its physical manifestation. The question remained whether the rising water represented actual threat or merely psychological manipulation. I spent that evening reviewing everything I'd learned about the vessels and the preparation rituals. Evelyn's notes described a process that began at birth for potential candidates, with certain families, like the Crays, deliberately producing children with the purpose of selection in mind. These children underwent regular water exposures throughout development, ritual bathings in lake water, swimming lessons that doubled as tests of receptivity to the vessel's influence, meditation sessions at the lake shore supposedly establishing preliminary communication with the entity. By age 10 or 11, one child would be formally selected as the vessel for the current cycle. At that point, preparation intensified. Regular supervised visits to the keeping room, ceremonial offerings of personal items to the collection, introduction to the records of previous vessels, including their own ancestors. Evelyn's documentation included transcripts of conversations with previous vessels preserved within the lake entity, or what she believed to be such communications. These transcripts described existence within the entity as a form of expanded consciousness, free from physical limitations, but retaining individual awareness. Whether these represented actual metaphysical communion or elaborate self-deception was impossible to determine. What was clear from medical records included in Evelyn's files was that the chosen children underwent physical changes during preparation, altered sleep patterns, unusual respiratory efficiency, slightly elevated body temperature, subtle changes to blood chemistry. The entity wasn't just psychologically preparing its victims. It was changing them physically in ways modern medicine could detect, but not necessarily explain. Sleep came fitfully that night, broken by dreams of dark water and children's faces looking up at me from impossible depths, their expressions neither frightened nor peaceful, but watchful, expectant. In one vivid sequence, I stood on the dock while a young girl I somehow knew to be Emily Cray walked calmly into the water, turning to smile at me before submerging completely. As bubbles rose to mark her disappearance, they formed words on the surface. "Your turn comes." I woke drenched in sweat that carried the unmistakable mineral scent of lake water. Morning brought clearer resolve. Regardless of supernatural entities or generational arrangements, I would not participate in harming a child. My meeting with Lily would focus on determining whether she was being coerced or manipulated, whether she truly understood what her family and the town had planned for her. If, as I suspected, she was a victim of lifelong indoctrination rather than a willing participant, I would find a way to get her away from Blackwood Lake, away from William Cray, away from the entity that claimed her as its next vessel. Quinn's boathouse proved more substantial than the community structure where I'd met with William and Margaret. Located on a private inlet at the lake's eastern shore, combined boat storage below with a modest living space above. Quinn himself met me at the dock, expression guarded. "William's bringing her now," he said without preamble. Margaret thought it best she not attend herself. Too much pressure on the girl. "Leaving just you to supervise," I noted. "Are you truly neutral in this, Quinn?" He led me up exterior stairs to the boathouse's second level. No one in Blackwood Lake is truly neutral about the arrangement. We all benefit, all participate in some way. He gestured around the simple space, a main room with basic furniture, a small kitchenette, windows overlooking the lake. But I have no direct stake in Lily's selection. My family hasn't provided a vessel in 4 generations. The sound of a boat motor announced William's arrival with Lily. Quinn nodded toward a back room. "I'll stay in there, close enough to intervene if needed, far enough to give privacy." His expression grew serious. "Don't mislead the girl, Marsden. Don't give her false hopes or promises you can't keep." William escorted Lily up the stairs moments later. My first impression was of a child simultaneously younger and older than her 10 years, small for her age, delicately built, yet carrying herself with unusual composure. Her dark hair was pulled back from a face whose solemn eyes held an awareness that seemed beyond childhood. "Lily, this is James Marsden," William introduced me. "Miss Evelyn's nephew, the new guardian I told you about." Lily studied me with unnerving intensity. "You don't look like a guardian. What does a guardian look like?" I asked, crouching to meet her eye level, like they belonged to the lake. She tilted her head, examining me. "Miss Evelyn looked like water when she moved. You still look like earth." William cleared his throat. "I'll be outside if you need me." To Lily, "Remember what we discussed. Be respectful." After he'd gone, Quinn retreating to the back room as agreed. Lily and I stood in awkward silence. She broke it first, moving to the window overlooking the lake. "The water's higher today," she observed. "It's impatient." I joined her, maintaining respectful distance. "How do you know that?" "I can feel it." She placed a small hand against the glass. The lake talks to me, has since I was little. What does it say? Different things. Sometimes it shows me places under the water, caves and tunnels where light looks different. Sometimes it shows me other children who live there now. She turned to face me directly. My grandmother Emily is there. She helps me understand what's going to happen. The casual way she referenced communication with her deceased grandmother chilled me. Either she was deeply indoctrinated into the town's beliefs, or she had experienced something beyond normal explanation. Lily, do you understand what your family and the town expect from you? She nodded solemnly. I'm the vessel for this cycle. When the moon is full, I'll go into the deep water and become part of the lake's memory. No fear colored her voice, only a child's matter-of-fact acceptance of what she'd been taught. That means you wouldn't live with your family anymore, I said carefully. You wouldn't go to school, play with friends, grow up. I grow differently. She said this with absolute conviction. The children in the lake still grow and learn. They're just part of something bigger now. I changed approaches. Were you asked if this is what you want? Or was the decision made for you? For the first time, uncertainty crossed her features. Great Uncle William says I was born for this, that our family is special because we provide vessels. A slight frown, but sometimes I think about other things I might want to do. I like painting. Miss Archer at school says I could get an art scholarship someday. That small crack in her certainty gave me hope. You're allowed to want different things, Lily, to choose a different path. Her expression clouded. The lake already chose me. If I don't go when it's time, bad things will happen. Other children will be taken instead. The same threat the entity had made to me, passed down through generations of indoctrination to this solemn 10-year-old girl. What if that's not true? I suggested carefully. What if the lake's threats are just stories to make people afraid? Lily shook her head with surprising vehemence. It's not stories. I've seen what happens when a lake gets angry. Her voice lowered to a whisper. Last summer, a boy from Lakeside Camp went swimming in the Forbidden Cove. Tommy Wilson. The water pulled him down even though he was a good swimmer. They never found his body. That could have been an accident, Lily. Current sore. I saw it happen, she interrupted. I was collecting water samples for Miss Evelyn that day. The lake reached up and took him because he went where he wasn't supposed to go. Her eyes held mine. It showed me Tommy afterward, inside the water. He wasn't ready, he wasn't prepared. He's confused there, not like the others. A chill ran through me at her detailed account. The lake showed you this. She nodded. When I touch the water, I can see things. Miss Evelyn said that's how she knew I was the right vessel, that my connection is strong. Our conversation continued for the full hour, revealing a child thoroughly embedded in Blackwood Lake's belief system, yet retaining flashes of normal childhood desires and perspectives. Lily was intelligent, articulate, and completely convinced of the reality of the water entity and her destined role as its next vessel. Most disturbing were her detailed descriptions of communications with previous vessels, including her grandmother, specific memories and information she couldn't possibly know through normal means. Either the town had gone to extraordinary lengths to indoctrinate her with these details, or she was actually experiencing some form of contact with whatever dwelled in the lake. As our time concluded, Lily asked a question that caught me off guard. Are you going to try to stop the ceremony, Mr. Marsden? Why do you ask that? I can feel you fighting against the lake. She studied me with that unnerving perception. It's in you already, but you're pushing back. That's why the water's rising. Before I could respond, William returned from outside, ending our conversation with a pointed look at his watch. Lily needs to continue her preparations, he said. The moon will be full in 8 days. As they departed, Lily turned back briefly at the door. The lake always wins, Mr. Marsden, she said, her voice carrying both warning and what sounded like genuine concern. Fighting just makes it take more. Quinn emerged from the back room after they'd gone, expression troubled. Well, what do you think of our young vessel? I think she's a bright child who's been systematically brainwashed by her family in this town, I replied, anger rising. She deserves a chance at normal life, not sacrificed to whatever's in that lake. She believes, Marsden. They all do by the time they're ready. Quinn moved to the window, watching William's boat return toward the main shore. The vessels aren't forced. By the final ceremony, they enter the water willingly, eagerly even. After years of conditioning and manipulation, after years of preparation and understanding, he countered. You heard her descriptions of communication with previous vessels, including her own grandmother. How do you explain that knowledge? I had no satisfactory answer. Lily had described details about Emily Cray's life that seemed too specific for generic fabrication. A broken wrist at age 7, a secret fort built in the woods behind the school, a favorite book hidden beneath floorboards in her bedroom, the kind of personal details that lent credibility to her claim of communication with her grandmother's consciousness. I need to understand more about what actually happens during the final ceremony, I said instead of answering directly. How the transformation occurs. Quinn studied me warily, planning to attend or prevent it. I'm gathering information to make an informed decision. He seemed to accept this. The ceremony happens at the deepest part of the lake, accessible only by boat. The guardian, the vessel's family representative, and the vessel herself take a special canoe to the center point marked by 4 buoys. At midnight, when the moon is directly overhead, the vessel enters the water. What happens next varies. Varies how? Sometimes the water becomes very still, then forms a vortex that draws the vessel down. Other times it rises up to envelop them. Quinn's voice took on a distant quality, as though reciting from memory. The transformation takes only moments. When it's complete, the water returns to normal. The vessel is gone. Gone where? Drowned? Absorbed? Transformed, Quinn insisted. Become part of the lake's consciousness. You've seen the entity yourself, Marsden. You know it's not simply water. He was right about that much. Whatever had formed itself in the keeping room's pool had demonstrated intelligence, purpose, and abilities that defied physical explanation. How many guardians have tried to stop the ceremony? I asked. To break the arrangement? Quinn's expression darkened. 3 that I know of. The most recent was in 1964. Eleanor Marsden, Evelyn's cousin. She took the selected vessel, a boy named Peter Winters, and tried to leave Blackwood Lake 2 days before the ceremony. What happened? They made it about 20 miles before their car inexplicably veered off the road into Stillwater Creek, a tributary that flows into Blackwood Lake. Both were found 3 days later in the lake itself, miles from where they'd entered the water. Quinn's eyes held mine. The boy's lungs were filled with lake water. Eleanor's were dry. She drowned on dry land, Marsden. The water reached inside her and took what it wanted. Whether his story was true or simply another layer of the town's mythology, the warning was clear. The entity wouldn't allow interference with its feeding cycle. I left Quinn's boathouse with more questions than answers, but one conviction had solidified. Regardless of supernatural explanations or rational alternatives, Lily Cray was in danger. A vulnerable child was being prepared for death, wrapped in ritual and rationalization, and I had 7 days to find a way to save her. Chapter 8, Undercurrents. That night, I dreamed of Lily Cray walking calmly into Blackwood Lake, water parting around her small form as though welcoming her home. I followed, calling for her to stop, but my limbs moved with agonizing slowness against the current. When I finally reached her, she turned, and it wasn't Lily's face I saw, but my own mother's, decades younger than when she died. "It should have been me," she said, voice echoing strangely through water that somehow allowed us to speak. I was selected, but Elizabeth ran away with me before the ceremony. That's why the waters took her early. I woke gasping, sheets damp with what smelled unmistakably like lake water rather than sweat. The dream's implication lodged like ice in my chest. Had my grandmother Elizabeth fled Blackwood Lake to protect my mother from becoming a vessel? Had my mother's death, a car accident on a rain-slicked road when I was in college, been the entity's delayed retribution? The possibility that my own existence stemmed from an interrupted sacrifice cycle added personal urgency to my determination to help Lily. My family had broken the arrangement once before. Perhaps that disruption created the blueprint for doing so again. With morning came a plan, not fully formed, but a direction. I needed more information about previous escape attempts, particularly my grandmother's apparently successful removal of my mother from Blackwood Lake's influence. The Historical Society might hold records Margaret Winters wouldn't have shown me during my first visit. Marion Shepherd wasn't at the Historical Society when I arrived, but a volunteer allowed me access to the General Archives once I explained my connection to the Marsden family. I focused my search on the early 1940s, when Quinn had mentioned my grandmother left town. The official record showed Elizabeth Marsden married Jonathan Collier in June 1943, relocating to Boston shortly after. No mention was made of unusual circumstances or flight. A photograph in the town newspaper showed the young couple outside Blackwood Lake's small chapel, Elizabeth's expression composed, but her eyes conveying something that might be relief. I found a possible explanation in records from the previous year. A town council meeting minutes book noted cryptically, vessel selection for 1943 to 1953 cycle confirmed. Catherine Marsden, age 11, daughter of Elizabeth and niece of current guardian Abigail Marsden. My mother's name, selected as a vessel at age 11, just as Lily was now. A notation in different ink, added later. Selection nullified due to candidate relocation. Alternative arrangements pending. The dry bureaucratic language disguised what must have been dramatic events. My grandmother fleeing town with her daughter to prevent her sacrifice, essentially breaking the arrangement that had bound her family for generations. What the records didn't reveal was how they had escaped successfully when others had apparently failed. What strategy had Elizabeth employed that Eleanor Marsden and others hadn't? And had there been consequences for Blackwood Lake when the selected vessel was removed from the cycle? I expanded my search to newspaper archives from 1943 to 1944, looking for reports of unusual events following my grandmother's departure. Several articles documented a significant flood in spring 1944, not catastrophic like the 1903 disaster, but substantial enough to damage lakeside properties and force temporary evacuations. More telling was a small item from August 1944. Tragedy at summer camp. 3 children missing, presumed drowned. The article detailed the disappearance of 3 children from a church camp on Blackwood Lake's northern shore. Despite extensive searches, no bodies were recovered. The pattern matched what I'd been told. Without a proper vessel, the lake had taken alternatives. 3 children instead of the one that would have satisfied the arrangement. Yet my grandmother and mother had escaped, lived full lives away from Blackwood Lake's influence. My mother had survived to adulthood, married my father, given birth to me. Whatever power the lake entity wielded had limits, geographical ones, perhaps, or limitations based on bloodline dilution through generations. This realization gave me hope. If Elizabeth had successfully removed Catherine from the entity's reach, I could potentially do the same for Lily. The question was how to accomplish this without triggering retribution against other children in Blackwood Lake. I needed to speak with someone who remembered that time directly, someone old enough to have witnessed my grandmother's escape and its aftermath. Quinn had mentioned knowing 5 generations of Marsdens, which would include that period, but I doubted he would willingly help me disrupt the arrangement he clearly still supported. The volunteer librarian, noticing my interest in 1940s records, mentioned that the town's oldest resident, Henrietta Pierce, had recently celebrated her 103rd birthday. She remembers everything, the young woman added, still sharp as a tack. Lives with her granddaughter Judith on Lakeview Road. This seemed providential. I obtained directions to the Pierce residence, a modest farmhouse set back from the lake, but with clear views of the water. Judith Pierce, a woman in her 60s, answered my knock with initial suspicion that softened when I explained my connection to the Marsden family. "Gran mentioned you were back in town," she said, showing me into a sun-filled sitting room where Henrietta Pierce sat in a rocking chair by the window, her gaze fixed on the distant lake. "She's been expecting you to come around." Henrietta turned as we entered, her face a map of deep wrinkles, but her eyes startlingly clear and alert. "Elizabeth's grandson," she said immediately, her voice stronger than her frail appearance suggested. You look like her around the eyes. You knew my grandmother? I asked, taking the offered seat across from her. Since we were girls together, attended the same school, same church. Henrietta nodded toward a framed photograph on a side table showing two young women in 1930s dresses. She was my closest friend until she left. I picked up the photograph, recognizing something of my mother in the young woman's features. I'm trying to understand why she left so suddenly, why she never returned or spoke of Blackwood Lake to her family. Henrietta's eyes sharpened. You know why, or you wouldn't be asking me instead of the Historical Society or the Town Council. She glanced at her granddaughter. Judith, dear, would you make us some tea? Mr. Marsden and I need to speak privately. When Judith had gone, Henrietta leaned forward. They've chosen another child, haven't they? That's why you're here. Evelyn passed, and now you're the guardian. A girl named Lily Cray, I confirmed, but I have no intention of continuing the arrangement. Henrietta nodded slowly, just like Elizabeth. History repeating. She studied me intently. They'll have told you it's necessary, that the lake demands its tribute to protect the many. They have. What I want to know is how my grandmother broke free, how she got my mother away from Blackwood Lake when others have failed. It wasn't easy, Henrietta said, her gaze drifting to the window, to the lake beyond. The preparations were already advanced. Catherine had been visiting the keeping room for months, offering her treasures to the collection. The water change had begun. We could all see it in her eyes, the way light seemed to move beneath her skin. The physical changes the rituals cause, I said, recalling Evelyn's notes. Yes, once those begin, the child belongs partly to the lake already. Makes leaving difficult, sometimes impossible. Henrietta's hands trembled slightly, whether from age or emotion I couldn't tell. Elizabeth knew she was running out of time. Catherine's 11th birthday would mark the final phase of preparation. What did she do? Something desperate, something no one had tried before. Henrietta lowered her voice. She poisoned her daughter. I recoiled. What? Not to kill her, to sicken her. Made her deliberately ill with foxglove from the garden, just enough to induce symptoms that mimicked heart failure. Henrietta's eyes met mine. The lake doesn't accept damaged vessels. The physical perfection of the offering is essential to the arrangement. Elizabeth knew this from the Guardian records she'd accessed through her sister Abigail. The strategy was horrifying yet ingenious, introducing a medical condition that would make Catherine unsuitable as a vessel without causing permanent harm. While Catherine was in the hospital in Bangor, Elizabeth arranged everything. New identities, transportation, a place to stay with distant relatives in Boston. Henrietta continued. By the time the town council realized what she'd done, they were gone. Tracking people wasn't as easy then as it is now, especially with changed names. And the lake accepted this. It didn't pursue them as it allegedly did others who tried to escape. Oh, it tried, Henrietta said grimly. The floods came the next spring. 3 children taken that summer. But Elizabeth had been clever. She'd broken the blood connection. How? An old ritual inverted. Guardians use water from the lake to strengthen the blood bond between potential vessels and the entity. Elizabeth used water from the ocean, salt water, the opposite of the lake's fresh water, in a counter-ceremonial at high tide during a new moon. Henrietta smiled faintly at my expression. Yes, Mr. Marsden, your pragmatic grandmother used the same mystical system against itself. She severed Catherine's connection to the lake, made her undetectable to its influence. This explained why my mother had never experienced the dreams that had plagued me throughout my life, why the lake's call had skipped a generation to reach me. Would that work for Lily? I asked. Could I? Not easily, Henrietta interrupted. The connection is stronger now than it was then. The entity has grown more powerful with each cycle, each new vessel absorbed, and Lily Cray carries a double blood bond through her grandmother Emily. She studied me intently. You're experiencing the calling already, aren't you? The dreams, the physical changes. I hesitated, then nodded. The water rising from within, the lake claiming you from the inside out. Her expression held genuine sympathy. It's harder to fight when it's already inside you. Elizabeth never experienced the calling herself. She acted purely to save her daughter. I need to try, I insisted. Regardless of centuries of tradition or supernatural entities, Lily deserves a chance at life. Henrietta was silent for a long moment, then reached for a small box on the table beside her. From it, she withdrew a vial of clear liquid, seawater, collected at high tide on a new moon. I've maintained the practice since Elizabeth left, in case it was ever needed again. She pressed the vial into my hand. It may help sever Lily's connection, but only if she's willing. The ritual requires consent. How do I perform this counter-ceremonial? Elizabeth left me instructions, in case another Marsden ever came seeking escape. She handed me a folded paper from the same box. But understand this, breaking one child's connection won't end the arrangement. The lake will seek alternatives, either another suitable vessel or multiple random victims. Then I need to find a way to end the arrangement entirely, I said, pocketing both vial and paper, to free Blackwood Lake from whatever has controlled it for generations. Henrietta's expression grew grave. Many have thought of that. None have succeeded. The entity predates human settlement here. It may be as old as the lake itself. Everything has a beginning, I countered, and everything that begins can end. As I rose to leave, Henrietta caught my wrist with surprising strength for one so frail. Elizabeth paid a price for her defiance, young man. The lake couldn't reach Catherine directly, but it found other ways to extract its due. What do you mean? Your grandparents' marriage didn't last. Jonathan fell ill within a year, a wasting disease doctors couldn't diagnose. Elizabeth herself suffered chronic nightmares, increasingly severe as Catherine approached the age when she would have been inducted. Henrietta released my wrist. The lake's influence may be limited by distance, but its memory is long, and its patience longer. With this sobering warning, I left the Pierce residence, the vial of seawater and ritual instructions secure in my pocket. 6 days remained until the full moon. 6 days to devise a plan that would save Lily without condemning other children to take her place. My next step was clear. I needed to understand exactly how the arrangement had been established in the first place. If Eliza Marsden had created this system in 1842, there must be records of the original pact, the terms, conditions, and most importantly, any provisions for its termination. The most likely location for such records would be the keeping room itself, where generations of artifacts and documentation had accumulated. But accessing that chamber meant potentially confronting the entity again, an entity now actively working to transform me into its next guardian. The physical manifestations of this transformation had become impossible to ignore. My reflection that morning had revealed subtle changes, my eyes holding an unusual luminosity in certain lights, my skin developing an almost opalescent quality when wet. More disturbing was the constant taste of lake water in my mouth despite drinking nothing but bottled water since my encounter in the keeping room. I was running out of time in more ways than one. The lake was claiming me even as I plotted against it. Back at the house, I prepared methodically for another descent into the cellar. This time I brought a waterproof bag containing a digital camera, Henrietta's vial of seawater, a notebook, and protective gloves. Whatever records existed in the keeping room, I intended to document them thoroughly without touching anything directly. The metal door yielded to my touch as before, opening onto the downward sloping tunnel with its unnatural stream flowing against gravity. I followed it to the keeping room, half expecting the entity to manifest immediately in the central pool. Instead, the chamber remained still, the water surface unbroken. Working quickly, I began photographing the oldest sections of the collection, those nearest the pool dating from the 1840s. Unlike the more recent artifacts, these weren't clearly documented with dates and names. The objects themselves were simpler, more primitive. Hand-carved wooden figures, bundles of herbs bound with leather strips, stones with natural holes worn through them. Behind these objects, partially concealed by the arrangement, I discovered markings carved directly into the stone bench. Not in English, but in the same unrecognizable script I'd seen on the metal door. Beneath these markings lay what appeared to be the oldest item in the collection, a small leather-bound book. its cover hardened and cracked with age. Carefully, using gloved hands, I lifted the book and opened it to reveal pages of handwritten text in faded ink. The first entry was dated March 17, 1842, and signed Eliza Marsden. I have done what necessity demanded to save what remains of our community. The entity that dwells within Blackwood Lake has accepted my terms. One willing vessel each generation, properly prepared according to the rituals it has taught me, in exchange for restraint from random taking. May God forgive me for offering Elizabeth as the first, but her sacrifice will save dozens of others. The binding ritual is complete. The waters have accepted my blood and Elizabeth's promise. The collection has begun with her treasured items. When the summer solstice arrives, she will enter the waters as the first true vessel, conscious and willing. The entity has revealed its true name to me, a sound I cannot reproduce in writing, but feel resonating in my blood. It claims to have existed since the ice mountains retreated, gathering consciousness slowly over millennia. It requires human vessels to maintain coherent thought, to prevent regression to mere elemental awareness. I record this covenant's terms here for future guardians of my bloodline. 1. One vessel shall be selected each cycle, approximately 10 years, from among the children of Blackwood Lake. 2. The vessel shall be prepared according to the rituals, culminating in willing entry to the waters during the full moon ceremony. 3. In exchange, the entity shall constrain its hunger, taking no others except in cases of trespass into forbidden waters. 4. The guardian bloodline shall be maintained through female descent whenever possible, with guardians receiving knowledge, influence, and protection in exchange for their service. 5. Should the arrangement be broken through a guardian's willful action, the entity shall revert to unrestricted taking until balance is restored. The binding persists until the waters of Blackwood Lake themselves cease to exist, or until a guardian discovers what was lost when the ice retreated. The only force the entity acknowledged might supersede our arrangement. The final paragraph contained what I'd been searching for, a potential endpoint to the arrangement, but the cryptic reference to what was lost when the ice retreated offered no practical guidance, only another mystery. As I photographed each page of the book, the water in the central pool began to stir. I worked faster, aware that the entity would soon manifest, likely displeased by my investigation of its origins. The last pages of Eliza's journal contained diagrams of the binding ritual, concentric circles representing the pool, positions marked for guardian and vessel, symbols I didn't recognize placed at cardinal points. One detail caught my attention. At the ritual center, where the vessel would stand, Eliza had drawn what appeared to be a crystalline structure labeled only as the anchor. Before I could examine this further, water rose from the pool in that now familiar column. This time, the shapes within formed a more distinct countenance, an approximation of a woman's face with features that shifted between youthful and ancient. Seeking to break what cannot be broken, the vibration voice resonated in my mind. Many guardians have tried. All have failed. What was lost when the ice retreated? I asked directly. Eliza's journal mentions it as a force that could end the arrangement. The water column rippled, the face within momentarily dissolving into turbulence before reforming. Clever guardian, asking questions beyond your role. The anchor is not your concern. The anchor, I repeated, is that what was lost? The crystalline structure in Eliza's diagram. Enough. The entity's form expanded, water drawing up from the pool until it nearly touched the chamber's ceiling. Your time grows short, guardian. Accept your role. Prepare the vessel, or watch the waters rise beyond containment. The threat carried visceral force, accompanied by a vision thrust into my mind. Blackwood Lake swelling beyond its shores, water reaching the town, children drawn by compulsion toward the flood regardless of barriers or protections. I stood my ground despite mounting pressure behind my eyes, the entity attempting to overwhelm my resistance through sheer psychic force. I won't help you take Lily, and I will find a way to end this arrangement. Then you will watch others taken in her place, beginning with the one who draws your thoughts even now. An image of Rachel filled my mind, my ex-fiancée hundreds of miles away in Chicago, yet somehow vulnerable to the entity's reach. The vision showed her standing at the edge of Lake Michigan, its waters unnaturally still despite the wind, something reaching from below the surface toward her ankle. "Leave her out of this," I demanded, genuine fear replacing defiance. "All are within my domain where water flows." The entity's form began to collapse back into the pool, its message delivered. 6 days remain, Guardian. Choose wisely. I fled the keeping room with Eliza's journal secured in my waterproof bag, the entity's threat against Rachel echoing in my mind. Once back in the kitchen, I immediately called her number, heart pounding until she answered on the 4th ring. "James, what's wrong?" Her voice carried concern. I must have sounded as panicked as I felt. "Are you okay? Where are you right now?" I asked urgently. "At home, grading papers." She paused. "Seriously, what's happening? You sound terrified." Relief washed through me at her normality, her distance from water. "Just checking in. Bad dream last night about you in danger. Probably stress." She didn't sound convinced, but didn't press further. "If you say so. But James, I'm worried about you. Those dreams I mentioned are getting worse. Last night I saw you underwater again, but this time you were changing somehow, your skin, your eyes." The entity's reach extended to her dreams, just as Henrietta had described happening to my grandmother Elizabeth after she'd fled with my mother. The connection between us, though fractured by our separation, provided the entity an avenue of influence. "Rachel, listen to me carefully," I said, lowering my voice though no one else was in the house. "Stay away from large bodies of water for the next week. Lakes, rivers, even pools. It sounds crazy, but please trust me on this." "You're scaring me," she said quietly. "I'm sorry. I can't explain everything right now. Just promise me you'll be careful." After she reluctantly agreed, I ended the call and turned my attention to Eliza's journal. Over the next several hours, I carefully photographed and transcribed its contents, focusing on any references to the anchor mentioned in the binding ritual. The journal revealed that Eliza Marsden had not initiated contact with the entity, as I'd assumed, but had sought it out deliberately after the drowning deaths of several children, including her younger brother. Already sensitive to the lake's supernatural properties, through what she described as the family water affinity, Eliza had performed rituals adapted from indigenous practices to communicate with whatever dwelled in the depths. What she encountered was an entity far older and more powerful than she had anticipated, one that had been taking human sacrifices periodically for centuries, but without system or restraint. Through weeks of negotiation conducted through water-mediated trances, Eliza had established the terms of what would become the arrangement. Critical to the binding ritual was an object Eliza referred to consistently as the anchor, a crystalline formation she described as older than human reckoning, formed when ice still covered these lands. According to her account, the entity recognized this object as something both valuable and threatening to its existence. Eliza had used the anchor as leverage in establishing the arrangement, essentially holding it hostage to ensure the entity's compliance with the terms. The ritual had bound the entity to the agreement through some process involving both the anchor and blood sacrifice, not a full human life at that stage, but a significant offering of Eliza's own blood mixed with water from the lake's deepest point. What had become of the anchor after the binding ritual remained unclear. Eliza's journal mentioned securing it, where neither human nor water can reach unbidden, but gave no specific location. This object, whatever it was, represented my most promising lead for potentially ending the arrangement without triggering the entity's unrestricted hunger. As evening fell, I organized everything I had learned into a coherent theory. The entity in Blackwood Lake was ancient, predating human settlement. It required regular human sacrifices, specifically children, to maintain its consciousness and power. Eliza Marsden had channeled this requirement into a structured arrangement using a mysterious artifact called the anchor as leverage. If I could locate the anchor, I might be able to renegotiate or potentially terminate the arrangement without the catastrophic consequences the entity had threatened. The question was where to look. Where would Eliza have hidden something so important where neither human nor water can reach unbidden? The answer came as I reviewed the photographs I'd taken of the chamber itself. Behind the pool, half hidden in shadow, a small alcove was set into the wall. I hadn't noticed it during my visits, focused as I'd been on the pool and collection. In my photographs, the alcove appeared empty, but its position directly opposite the chamber's entrance suggested significance. I checked the time, just past midnight. 5 days remained until the full moon and Lily's scheduled induction ceremony. 5 days to locate the anchor, understand its powers, and devise a way to use it against the entity that had controlled Blackwood Lake for generations. The night passed in restless research, my body increasingly betraying signs of the entity's influence. Water beaded on my skin without cause. My reflection showed eyes that seemed to shift color like the lake's surface under changing light. When I cut my finger on a page edge, the blood that welled up appeared unusually thin, mixing with clear fluid that tasted of minerals when I instinctively touched it to my lips. The transformation was accelerating. Soon I would be like Evelyn as Lily had described her, someone who looked like water when she moved. Morning brought unexpected intervention. A knock at the door revealed Rachel standing on my porch, overnight bag in hand, expression set with determination I recognized from our years together. "You can't be here," I said immediately, shock overriding greeting. "It's not safe." "That's exactly why I came." She pushed past me into the house. "You're in trouble, James. I could hear it in your voice yesterday. And these dreams, they're warnings, not just stress symptoms. How did you even find this place?" I asked, closing the door while scanning the area around the house for any sign of William or other town observers. "You texted me the address when you first arrived, remember? In case of emergency." Rachel set down her bag, then turned to look at me properly. Her eyes widened. "My God, James, what's happening to you?" I followed her gaze to my reflection in the hallway mirror. The changes were more pronounced than the previous day. My skin holding an opalescent quality, my eyes now distinctly more blue than their natural brown. I looked fever-struck or chemically altered. "It's complicated," I began, then realized the inadequacy of that response. Rachel deserved the truth, especially now that she'd potentially placed herself in danger by coming here. "Actually, it's beyond complicated. It's unbelievable." Over the next hour, I explained everything: the entity in the lake, the generations of sacrifice disguised as spiritual honor, my own unwilling transformation into the next guardian, and Lily Cray's imminent induction as the next vessel. I showed her Eliza's journal, the photographs of the keeping room, the vial of seawater Henrietta had given me. I expected disbelief, perhaps concern for my mental health. Instead, Rachel listened with increasing intensity, occasionally asking clarifying questions that suggested not skepticism, but analytical engagement. When I finished, she was silent for several moments. Then, "I believe you." "You do." I couldn't hide my surprise. "The dreams I've been having aren't normal, James. I see you underwater, changing, reaching toward someone smaller, child. I feel the pressure of depths that should crush a human body, yet somehow you survive there." She met my gaze directly. "And honestly, look at yourself. Something is physically changing you that defies medical explanation." Her acceptance was both relief and new worry. "Then you understand why you need to leave immediately. The entity knows about you, has already reached you through dreams. Being here, this close to the lake, puts you in direct danger." Rachel shook her head firmly. "I'm not going anywhere. Not while you're like this. Not while a child's life is at stake." Her expression softened. "Besides, you need help. This anchor you mentioned, we can search for it together, cover more ground." I recognized the determined set of her jaw, knew from experience that argument would be futile, and truth be told, the prospect of facing what lay ahead alone had been increasingly daunting. "We start with the alcove in the keeping room," I decided. "But Rachel, you need to understand, the entity manifests there in the pool. It's not just supernatural in some abstract sense. It's physically real and immediately threatening." "I understand," she said, though I doubted anyone could truly comprehend the water column and its impossible properties without direct experience. "When do we go?" "Daylight," I answered, checking my watch. The entity seems stronger at night, especially as the full moon approaches. While we waited for morning proper, I brought Rachel up to speed on what I knew about the anchor, primarily its role in binding the entity to the arrangement's terms and its description as crystalline in nature. Could it be literally an anchor? She suggested. Something that holds the entity in place, limits its movement. Possible, though Eliza's diagram showed something that looked more like a large crystal or geode than a boat anchor. What about glacial formations? Rachel had taught a science module to her law students about evidence preservation in different environments. When glaciers retreat, they sometimes leave behind distinctive rock formations or deposit materials carried from elsewhere. This sparked a memory from my research into Blackwood Lake's geological history. The lake was formed by glacial retreat at the end of the last ice age. There were minerals in this region that aren't typically found elsewhere in Maine, deposit from receding ice. Could the anchor be something like that? A glacial deposit with unusual properties? Maybe. I considered the possibility. Eliza wrote that the entity recognized it as something from a time when ice still covered these lands. Something both valuable and threatening to its existence. Let me see the diagram again, Rachel requested. I showed her the photograph I'd taken of Eliza's drawing. She studied it carefully. This crystalline shape, it reminds me of something, but I can't quite place it. As dawn brightened the windows, we prepared for our expedition to the keeping room. I insisted Rachel wear protective gear, rubber boots I found in a mudroom, gloves, a raincoat to minimize direct contact with any water in the tunnel or chamber. I equipped myself similarly, though I suspected such precautions would prove increasingly futile in my case as the transformation progressed. The house remained unnaturally quiet as we descended into the cellar. No phantom footsteps, no child's laughter or humming. The silence felt watchful, as though the entity were observing our actions with calculated interest. The metal door opened at my touch as before, the tunnel beyond dark but navigable with our flashlights. Rachel remained close behind me as we made our way toward the keeping room, her breathing controlled but audibly tense. "It really does flow uphill," she whispered, observing the small stream along the tunnel floor moving against gravity. "One of many impossible things you'll see," I warned as we approached the chamber entrance. The keeping room appeared exactly as I'd left it, the circular pool still at its center, the concentric benches with their centuries of collected objects surrounding it. In daylight provided by our powerful flashlights, the alcove I'd noticed in photographs was clearly visible, a semicircular recess in the wall behind the pool, about 4 feet high and 2 feet deep. "That has to be it," Rachel said. "The perfect place to hide something important." We approached cautiously, circling the pool at maximum distance. I half expected the water to rise in its columnar form at any moment, but the surface remained undisturbed. The alcove contained no visible object, just smooth stone forming a shallow shelf. Rachel examined it closely while I kept watch on the pool. "There's something here," she said eventually. "Look at these grooves in the stone surface." I joined her, seeing what she'd noticed. Fine lines carved into the shelf in a pattern similar to the symbols on the metal door and the chamber's columns. "It's a lock mechanism," Rachel determined after further examination. "See how these lines form concentric circles with breaks at different points? I've seen something like this in antique puzzle boxes. You need to align the breaks correctly to open a hidden compartment. But how? There's nothing to grip, no way to turn the circles." "Water," she realized suddenly. "The grooves are designed to channel liquid in specific patterns. Look how they're subtly angled to direct flow." I recalled Eliza's journal describing the binding ritual involving her blood mixed with lake water. "The key is blood and water," I said. "That's how Eliza sealed the anchor away, with a lock that can only be opened the same way it was closed." The pool's surface rippled suddenly, a subtle movement that nonetheless drew our immediate attention. The entity was awakening, perhaps alerted by our discussion of its binding. "We need to try now before it fully manifests," I urged, rolling up my sleeve. "James, wait," Rachel cautioned. "If this releases something that was used to bind the entity, are we sure that's what we want, without understanding exactly what the anchor does?" She raised a valid concern, but the ripples in the pool were increasing, water beginning to gather toward its center. "We're out of time for debate," I said, taking out my pocket knife. I made a small cut across my palm, letting blood well up. As I held my hand over the alcove's carved surface, I realized we needed lake water to complete the key. The pool was the obvious source, but approaching it now seemed suicidal, with the entity clearly stirring. Then I remembered the physical changes I'd been undergoing, the lake water essentially becoming part of my own physiology. "My blood is already mixed with lake water," I told Rachel. "The transformation has progressed that far." I let blood drip from my palm onto the carved circles. The effect was immediate and startling. The liquid didn't pool as expected, but flowed along the grooves as though pulled by magnetic force, tracing the pattern in a specific sequence I couldn't have predicted. Where my blood-water mixture completed circuits within the carved design, the stone began to emit a faint luminescence. The light spread through the entire pattern until the alcove glowed with a blue-white radiance that reminded me of moonlight reflecting off water. Behind us, the pool's surface broke as water began rising into the column, form I'd come to dread. We had seconds at most before the entity would fully manifest. With a final circuit completed by my blood, the back of the alcove simply dissolved. No other word adequately describes what we witnessed. Solid stone became mist, and then nothing, revealing a small cavity beyond. Within lay an object that matched Eliza's diagram perfectly. A crystalline formation about the size of a softball, its structure reminiscent of a complex geode, but composed of a translucent blue-white material I couldn't identify. It emitted a cold light from within, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. I reached for it instinctively. "Don't touch it directly," Rachel warned, and I pulled back just in time. "Use the gloves." The entity behind us had nearly completed its formation, the water column rising to full height, internal shapes becoming more defined and agitated than I'd seen previously. A sound like wind through caves filled the chamber, though no air moved. "Stop," the vibration voice commanded with unprecedented force. "The anchor cannot be removed from its resting place." I pulled on the thickest gloves from our supplies and reached again for the crystalline object. As my fingers closed around it, two sensations struck simultaneously: bone-deep cold that penetrated even the heavy protective material, and a sudden cessation of the physical symptoms I'd been experiencing. The opalescent quality of my skin faded before my eyes, returning to normal human coloration. The entity's reaction was immediate and violent. The water column lost cohesion, splashing back into the pool before surging upward again in a less controlled form. The chamber itself seemed to tremble, dust and small fragments of stone raining from the ceiling. "You break what cannot be mended." The entity's voice resonated, now tinged with what sounded remarkably like fear. "Replace the anchor or face consequences beyond your comprehension." "We're leaving," I told Rachel, backing away from the pool with the anchor clutched against my chest despite its penetrating cold. Now, we fled through the tunnel as the chamber behind us filled with the sound of rushing water. The small stream that had flowed along the floor now surged ankle-deep, threatening to trip us as we ran. We reached the metal door just as a wave of pressurized water shot through the tunnel behind us. Back in the cellar, I slammed the metal door shut, water spraying through the seam before it sealed completely. For several minutes, we could hear pounding from the other side, as though the entity were physically trying to break through. "It can't leave the tunnel system," I realized, remembering Eliza's journal. "The anchor truly does bind it to that specific location. That's why it needs human vessels and guardians to extend its influence beyond the physical confines of its prison." Rachel stared at the object in my hands, now wrapped in a towel to contain its cold radiation. "What exactly is it? Some kind of meteorite or unknown mineral?" "I don't think it's from Earth at all," I said, examining it more closely now that we were temporarily safe. "Look at the structure. It's crystalline, but not like any crystal formation I've seen. And this light it emits." The anchor's glow pulsed with increasing regularity, like an electronic device powering up. Within its translucent body, what had first appeared to be random crystalline patterns now seemed more deliberate, almost like circuit pathways or writing in 3 dimensions. "We need to research this," Rachel decided. Figure out exactly what Eliza understood about its properties and how she used it to bind the entity. A tremendous crash from the cellar interrupted our examination, the sound of water breaking through barriers. The metal door still held, but a dark stain was spreading across the floor as liquid seeped through microscopic gaps. "We can't stay here," I said, gathering our supplies. "The house isn't safe anymore." "Where can we go? Is anywhere in Blackwood Lake safe if the entity can influence water itself?" I considered our options. Quinn's boathouse. It's isolated, and he's knowledgeable about the arrangement's history without being directly involved in this cycle. Can we trust him? Not entirely, but he's our best option right now. I wrapped the anchor more securely. We also need to check on Lily Cray. If the entity feels threatened by our discovery, it might accelerate its plans for her induction. We gathered essential supplies, research materials, Henrietta's seawater vial, and instructions. Weapons that might prove useful against human interference, if not supernatural entities. As we prepared to leave, my phone rang. William Cray's number on the display. I answered cautiously. "What have you done, Marsden?" His voice vibrated with barely contained fury. "The lake is rising everywhere. 2 feet in the last hour. The forecast shows no rain, yet water is coming from somewhere. I'm trying to end the arrangement, William, to save Lily and all the children who would follow her." "You're triggering exactly what the arrangement prevents," he snapped. "The waters rise when the entity is angered. It will flood until it reaches what it wants." "Where's Lily now?" I demanded. A pause. "Safe, preparing for what must be done. The ceremony isn't scheduled until the full moon for more days." "Circumstances have changed," William said coldly. "The council has decided an emergency induction is necessary to calm the waters. Tonight at midnight." Horror flooded through me. "You can't. The preparation rituals have been accelerated. Lily understands necessity." His voice hardened further. "This is your doing, Marsden. Whatever you've taken from the keeping room must be returned immediately." "I can find another way," I insisted. "A way that doesn't require Lily's sacrifice or anyone else's." "There is no other way. There never has been." He ended the call abruptly. Rachel had heard enough to understand the situation. "They're moving up the sacrifice? Can they do that?" "Apparently." I grabbed my car keys. "We need to find Lily now." Today, as we stepped outside, the day's previously clear sky had darkened with unnatural speed. Clouds gathered over the lake, swirling in patterns that defied meteorological explanation. More alarming was the lake itself, visibly higher than the previous day, waves lapping at structures that should have been safely above the waterline. The entity was making good on its threat. Without the anchor containing its powers, Blackwood Lake was literally rising to reclaim what it considered its due. Chapter 9, Undertow. The drive into town revealed alarming changes since the previous day. Blackwood Lake had risen dramatically, flooding the lower access roads and lapping at foundations of lakeside properties. More disturbing than the physical water was the behavior of the town's residents. They moved with unusual coordination, all heading toward the lake's shore as though summoned. "Mass hypnosis," Rachel murmured as we watched a group of adults walking in perfect unison down Main Street, the entity's influence spreading beyond its usual limits. "Without the anchor binding it," I agreed grimly. "We need to locate Lily before they can complete the ceremony." Finding the Cray residence proved challenging. William wasn't listed in the phone directory, and inquiries at the few businesses still operating normally yielded no information. Eventually, we resorted to following William's truck when we spotted it leaving the general store, maintaining discreet distance as he wound through increasingly rural roads. The Cray family home sat on a peninsula jutting into the lake's northern section, a location that would normally offer spectacular views, but now placed it in immediate danger from the rising waters. Already, waves crashed against the bottom steps of the property's dock, and a sandbag barrier had been hastily constructed around the house's perimeter. We parked at a distance, using trees as cover while observing the property. William entered the house, joined shortly afterward by Margaret Winters and two other town council members I recognized from photographs in the Historical Society. Through binoculars, I could see activity inside, figures moving between rooms, preparing for something. Lily must be in there, Rachel said, but how do we get to her with so many people around? I was considering options when movement at the water's edge caught my attention. A small figure in white had emerged from the house and walked toward the dock. Lily herself, apparently unaccompanied as the adults remained inside discussing preparations. "This might be our only chance," I whispered, passing Rachel the binoculars. She observed for a moment. "She looks like she's in some kind of trance. Look at how she's moving mechanical, no natural childhood energy." The final preparation stages, I recalled from Evelyn's notes. They're accelerating her water affinity, making her more receptive to the entity's influence. We circled through the woods, approaching the shoreline at a point where trees grew close to the water, providing cover almost to the dock, where Lily now sat with her feet dangling above the increasingly turbulent lake. From this vantage, I could see her face, blank, eyes unfocused, lips moving in what might be silent communication with the water below. "I'll try to reach her," I decided. "You keep watch for William or the others." "Be careful," Rachel warned. "Remember, she's been conditioned her whole life for this. She may not want to be rescued." I approached carefully, making deliberate noise to avoid startling her. Lily turned her head slowly, her movements indeed unnaturally fluid, as though her joints operated differently than normal human anatomy would allow. "Mr. Marsden," she acknowledged without surprise. "You're fighting the lake. It's very angry." I crouched beside her, maintaining slight distance. "I'm trying to help you, Lily. You don't have to go into the water tonight." Her expression remained eerily serene. "It's time. The waters are rising because they need me now." "That's not true," I said gently. "The waters are rising because of something I discovered, something called the anchor that has been keeping the entity contained for generations." At the word anchor, Lily's eyes focused suddenly, clarity returning to her gaze. "The binding stone," she whispered. "Grandmother Emily told me about it in the water dreams. She said it hurts the lake to touch it." This confirmation that the anchor caused the entity pain reinforced my belief that it represented our best hope for ending the arrangement. "Your grandmother is trapped, Lily. All the vessels are absorbed by the entity, but not truly free as you've been told." "That's not true," she insisted, but uncertainty had crept into her voice. "They're part of something greater. They help protect everyone. They were sacrificed to feed something that takes children," I countered, knowing I was challenging her entire worldview, but seeing no alternative. "Your family has convinced you it's an honor, but it's still your life being taken before you've had a chance to live it." Tears welled in Lily's eyes, the first normal, human reaction I'd seen from her. "But if I don't go, others will be taken instead. Great Uncle William showed me the histories. When vessels refuse, many children drown. That's the choice the entity wants you to believe exists. Sacrifice yourself or be responsible for others dying. But there's another way." I gestured toward Rachel, who approached cautiously with the wrapped bundle containing the anchor. "We can end the arrangement completely. No more sacrifices ever." Lily's gaze fixed on the bundle, her expression shifting from confusion to recognition, though she couldn't possibly have seen the anchor before. "The cold light," she murmured. "I've dreamed of it." Before our conversation could continue, shouts from the house announced our discovery. William emerged onto the porch, pointing in our direction as he called to the others inside. "We need to go now," Rachel urged. "They'll try to take the anchor." Lily looked torn, her conditioning warring with natural self-preservation. I made a quick decision, extending my hand to her. "Come with us, Lily. Just long enough to hear another perspective. If you still want to go through with the ceremony after that, we won't stop you." It was a promise I wasn't certain I could keep, but it offered her agency in a situation where she'd had none. After a moment's hesitation, she took my hand. We fled through the wooded area around the peninsula, Lily keeping pace surprisingly well for a child her age. Behind us, William and the town council members had begun pursuit, their shouts carrying clearly over the water. "We can't go back to the house," I said as we reached our car. "They'll look there first." "Quinn's boathouse," Rachel suggested. "Or is that too obvious?" "Too obvious," I confirmed. "We need somewhere they wouldn't think to search." An idea formed. Henrietta Pierce's house. She helped my grandmother escape with my mother decades ago. She might shelter us now. The drive to the Pierce residence took us through areas where floodwaters had already covered the road, forcing detours through increasingly unfamiliar territory. The sky continued to darken despite it being only mid-afternoon, clouds forming patterns that resembled massive fingerprints across the heavens. Lily sat silently in the back seat, her gaze alternating between the anchor, now unwrapped and glowing visibly even in daylight, and the unnatural weather outside. Occasionally, she would murmur phrases I couldn't quite catch, as though carrying on conversation with someone invisible. Judith Pierce answered our knock with obvious apprehension, her expression shifting to alarm when she recognized me with two unexpected companions. "We need to speak with Henrietta," I said without preamble. "It's urgent, life or death." Judith hesitated, then nodded toward the rising waters visible from her porch. "Half the town is looking for you, Mr. Marsden. William Cray called an hour ago, said you'd kidnapped his grandniece." Her eyes fell on Lily. "This would be her, I assume." "It's not kidnapping if she came willingly," Rachel interjected. "And they plan to sacrifice her tonight." "Sacrifice is such an ugly word for the arrangement," Judith replied, surprising me with her apparent acceptance of the practice. "But regardless, Gran said you might return. She's been watching the waters rise all day." She led us inside, where Henrietta sat in the same rocking chair by the window, her ancient eyes tracking the storm clouds gathering over the lake. "You found the anchor," she said immediately, gaze fixing on the glowing crystal in Rachel's hands, "and brought the vessel and the witness. Bold moves, young Marsden." "The council has moved up Lily's induction ceremony to tonight," I explained. "They say it's the only way to calm the waters." "Of course they have," Henrietta nodded. "The entity feels the anchor's absence. It will pull out all stops to restore what was, including pushing its human servants to desperate measures." Her gaze shifted to Lily, who had moved to stand before her with unusual composure for a child in such circumstances. "You've been prepared since birth for the waters, child. The lake speaks to you already." "Yes, ma'am," Lily responded politely, "but Mr. Marsden says there might be another way, that I don't have to go into the deep water." "There is always another way," Henrietta confirmed, surprising me. "The question is whether the cost is one we're willing to pay." She gestured for Rachel to bring the anchor closer when the crystalline object was before her. Henrietta didn't touch it, but observed it with knowing eyes. Older than human presence in these lands. A fragment of something that fell from the stars when ice still covered everything. The entity recognized it immediately when Eliza Marsden brought it to the water's edge. Recognized it how? I pressed. "As something from its own place of origin," Henrietta said, her voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. "The entity is not native to our world, young Marsden. It came as the ice did, traveling within frozen water across vast distances. When the glaciers retreated, it remained, trapped in the basin that became Blackwood Lake." This revelation aligned with the entity's behavior and abilities, while adding a dimension I hadn't considered, extraterrestrial origin. "And the anchor? A control mechanism," Henrietta explained, "designed to contain such entities within specific boundaries. Eliza didn't understand its true nature, only that the entity feared and respected it. She used it instinctively to establish the arrangement's terms. Then we can use it to end the arrangement," I concluded. Henrietta shook her head slowly. "Not simply by possession. The binding works through precise positioning of the anchor in relation to the entity. Eliza's ritual placed it in stasis, neither fully activated nor fully dormant." "How do we fully activate it?" Rachel asked. "That knowledge may have died with Eliza," Henrietta admitted, though her gaze shifted to Lily, who had been listening with unnerving intensity. "The vessels might know. They retain knowledge absorbed from each guardian over generations." "Grandmother Emily might know," Lily offered unexpectedly. She shows me things sometimes in the water dreams. Important things I'm supposed to remember. Could you ask her? I suggested carefully, aware we were essentially encouraging a child's delusion, or worse, strengthening her connection to the entity that sought to consume her. I need water from the lake, Lily said matter-of-factly. Deep water, not shore water. That's how the voices come clearest. Judith looked alarmed. Giving her lake water now would strengthen her connection to the entity. She's already deep in preparation. It could accelerate the process, make her unable to resist tonight's ceremony. We could use the seawater instead, Rachel suggested, indicating the vial Henrietta had given me. If it truly breaks the connection as you claimed. A counter-ceremonial would need to be performed properly, Henrietta cautioned, and the subject must be willing. All eyes turned to Lily, who looked increasingly uncertain. The conditioning of her entire life warred visibly with new information and natural fear. The lake says terrible things will happen if I break my promise, she said quietly. That children will drown, that the waters will never recede. The lake entity says many things to get what it wants, I told her gently, just as it's making the waters rise now to frighten the town into sacrificing you ahead of schedule. How do I know which is true? Lily asked, a child's simple question cutting to the heart of our dilemma. Rachel knelt before her. You don't, with absolute certainty. No one can promise you that. But ask yourself this. Does something that truly cares about you demand your entire life as payment? Or does it give you choices? Respect your right to grow up and become whoever you're meant to be. Lily considered this, then turned to the anchor, still glowing with its ethereal blue-white light. She reached toward it hesitantly. Don't touch it directly, I warned, remembering the cold that had penetrated even heavy gloves. It's okay, she said with strange confidence. Grandmother Emily says the cold can't hurt me because I'm already changed. The water protects me. Before anyone could stop her, Lily placed her small hand directly on the anchor's crystalline surface. Rather than recoiling from what should have been painful cold, she kept her palm flat against it, eyes closing in concentration. The anchor's glow intensified, pulsing in rhythm with Lily's breathing. When her eyes opened, they reflected the same blue-white light from within. I understand now, she said, her voice overlaid with harmonic tones that didn't belong to a child. The anchor must be returned to the deepest point of the lake, not to restore the arrangement, but to fully activate its containment protocol. Is that Emily speaking? Henrietta asked sharply, or the entity using her consciousness? Lily turned to her, expression serene but somehow ancient. The vessels retain their awareness, though the entity uses their memories and knowledge. Emily helps me see truth through the entity's deceptions. She withdrew her hand from the anchor, the glow in her eyes fading but not disappearing completely. The ceremony tonight is not about maintaining balance. The entity fears the anchor's recovery means permanent binding, so it seeks to claim me quickly before that can happen. How do we activate the containment protocol? I asked, addressing whoever or whatever now spoke through Lily. The anchor must be placed at the lake's deepest point during the height of the full moon's reflection on the water, she explained. Not tonight's near full moon, but true fullness tomorrow night. With the correct activation sequence, it will expand its containment field to encompass the entire lake, preventing the entity from influencing anything beyond its shores. No more sacrifices, Rachel confirmed. No more vessels. But what happens to those already taken? I asked. The previous vessels, including Emily? Lily's expression became momentarily conflicted. They remain part of the entity, but the containment would prevent it from using their consciousness to extend its influence. They would be dormant in a sense, peaceful. Would they prefer that to their current state? Henrietta asked. Some would, Lily answered simply. Others have fully merged with the entity and fear separation. And the activation sequence. Rachel pressed. How do we trigger it? Blood of the intended vessel freely given, applied to specific points on the anchor's surface while speaking the binding words. Lily traced patterns on the crystal surface. I can show you when the time comes. The implications were clear. Lily herself would need to participate in ending the arrangement, potentially placing herself in danger during the process. Before we could discuss this further, the sound of vehicles approaching interrupted our planning. Judith peered through the front curtains. William's truck and Sheriff Lawson's cruiser. They've found you. Is there another way out? I asked urgently. Back door leads to a path through the woods, Henrietta said. Follows the old stream bed down to a cove. My late husband kept a boat there for fishing. Might still be serviceable. We need to go now, Rachel urged, gathering the anchor. They'll search the house. As if confirming her assessment, heavy knocking sounded at the front door, followed by William's voice demanding entry. Henrietta gripped my arm with surprising strength for one so frail. The counter-ceremonial instructions I gave you. Use them tonight to break Lily's connection enough for her to resist until tomorrow's full moon. Otherwise, the entity will pull her into the water the moment she's near enough to activate the anchor. We slipped out the back as Judith reluctantly admitted William and the sheriff to the front room. The path Henrietta had described was overgrown but visible enough to follow, descending toward a secluded cove sheltered by overhanging trees. The small rowboat there had seen better days but appeared intact, its oars secured beneath the seats. Can you row? I asked Rachel as we helped Lily into the boat. Better than you, probably, she replied with strained humor. Where are we going? I considered our options. We needed a secure location to perform the counter-ceremonial and plan tomorrow's attempt at activating the anchor. Somewhere with access to the lake for the following night, yet hidden from the town search parties. The far shore, I decided. There's an old hunting cabin Quinn mentioned once, seldom used this time of year. As Rachel rowed us across increasingly choppy waters, I kept watch for pursuit. The lake's surface had developed an unnatural choppiness, waves forming and breaking in patterns that defied wind direction. It knows we're on the water, Lily commented, trailing her fingers in the lake despite my urging not to. It's trying to find us. Can you block it somehow? I asked. Keep it from tracking us? Lily closed her eyes in concentration. I can confuse it a little. Make it think we're going different directions. But not for long. It's very strong today. Our progress was painfully slow, the small boat struggling against both natural current and what seemed like deliberate resistance from the water itself. Several times, whirlpools formed directly in our path, forcing Rachel to adjust course. When we finally reached the far shore, night had begun to fall. The hunting cabin proved exactly where Quinn had described during casual conversation, a small, weathered structure set back from the shore in dense pine forest. Its isolation had protected it from the rising water so far, though the lake had clearly crept up the shoreline well beyond its normal boundaries. The cabin's door was secured with a simple padlock that yielded to forceful application of a rock. Inside, we found basic amenities, a wood stove, rough furniture, kerosene lamps, and camp provisions that suggested occasional use during hunting season. We should perform the counter-ceremonial immediately, I said, retrieving Henrietta's instructions and the vial of seawater, before the entity's influence on Lily grows stronger. Rachel prepared the space according to Henrietta's detailed directions, a circle marked with specific symbols drawn using charcoal from the wood stove, candles positioned at cardinal points, a small bowl placed at the center. I reviewed the spoken component of the ritual, practicing unfamiliar phrases that appeared to combine Latin, English, and something older. Lily watched these preparations with increasing anxiety, her earlier certainty fading as the entity's influence reasserted itself. I'm scared, she admitted as Rachel guided her to sit within the circle. What if something goes wrong? The counter-ceremonial won't hurt you, I assured her. It's designed to break external influence, not cause harm. The lake says you're lying, she whispered, eyes darting toward the windows where darkness had fallen completely. It says if I break my promise, everyone will suffer. That's the entity speaking, not the truth, Rachel said gently. Remember what I asked you earlier. Does something that truly cares about you demand your life, or give you choices? Lily nodded uncertainly. I want to choose. I want to paint and go to college someday, like my teacher said I could. Then let us help you, I urged, uncapping the vial of seawater. This will make it easier to hear your own thoughts clearly, without the entity's voice confusing you. The ritual itself was surprisingly simple in execution, if complex in preparation. The seawater was mixed with a drop of Lily's blood, freely given after careful explanation, along with herbs Henrietta had included that produced a distinctive aroma when crushed. As I recited the phrases from the instructions, Rachel traced specific symbols on Lily's forehead, palms, and over her heart using the mixture. The effect was not immediately obvious, but gradually manifested as we completed each stage of the ritual. Lily's breathing, which had been shallow and rapid, deepened and slowed. The unnatural luminescence that had lingered in her eyes since touching the anchor faded, leaving them their natural brown. Her posture relaxed from its unervingly perfect alignment to a normal child's slight fidgeting. "How do you feel?" Rachel asked when we had completed the final recitation. Lily blinked several times, as though adjusting to new visual input. "Quieter," she said after a moment's consideration. "The voices are still there, but farther away, like they're calling from across the lake, instead of inside my head." "Is that uncomfortable?" I asked, concerned the sudden severing of a lifelong connection might cause psychological distress. "No," she replied with what sounded like genuine surprise. "It's peaceful. I can hear myself think without the water telling me what to think." Relief washed through me. The counter-ceremonial had worked, not completely severing Lily's connection to the entity, which might have been traumatic given how intertwined it had become with her developing identity, but creating enough distance for her own agency to reassert itself. "We should rest now," Rachel suggested, noting Lily's exhaustion after the ritual. "Tomorrow will require all our strength." As Lily dozed on a makeshift bed near the wood stove, Rachel and I discussed our plan for the following night in hushed tones. The most challenging aspect would be reaching the lake's deepest point, a location Lily had identified through her connection with previous vessels as lying almost exactly at the lake center, marked in modern times by 4 navigation buoys. "We'll need a boat," I pointed out, "something more substantial than that rowboat, especially if the entity creates disturbances in the water to stop us." "Could we use the ceremonial canoe William mentioned?" Rachel suggested. "It's designed specifically for accessing that location." "Too risky. They'll be guarding it, expecting us to try exactly that." I considered alternatives. Quinn might help. He's maintained a more neutral position than the others. "Can we trust him?" "Not entirely, but he respects historical process above immediate concerns. If we present activating the anchor as fulfilling Eliza's original intention rather than breaking the arrangement, he might be persuaded." We were interrupted by a sudden change in the atmosphere, a drop in temperature so dramatic our breath fogged in the cabin's interior. Outside, the sounds of forest nightlife ceased abruptly, replaced by unnatural silence. Lily sat up from her makeshift bed, fully alert despite having appeared deeply asleep moments before. "It's coming," she whispered. "The water has found us." I moved to the cabin's single window, peering into darkness broken only by cloud-diffused moonlight. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just trees and the distant gleam of the lake's surface through the forest. Then I noticed what should have been impossible: water flowing uphill from the lake toward the cabin, a shallow but determined stream cutting through soil and vegetation with clear purpose. "It can't reach us directly with the anchor present," Lily explained, now standing beside me at the window, "but it can send water to find me, try to call me back." Even as she spoke, the advancing water formed patterns at the edge of the cleared area around the cabin, not random puddles, but deliberate shapes that resembled handprints, as though a gigantic invisible entity were pulling itself along the ground. "The counter-ceremonial is working," Rachel observed, noting Lily's calm despite the entity's obvious attempt to re-establish connection. "She's resisting its call." "For now," I agreed, "but we can't stay here until tomorrow night. It will keep coming, finding ways around the anchor's protective influence." We gathered our supplies, preparing to relocate deeper into the forest away from the advancing water. As we opened the cabin door, a shocking sight greeted us. William Cray standing at the edge of the cleared area, Shotgun braced against his shoulder. "That's far enough," he called, voice carrying clearly in the unnatural silence. "Return my grandniece now, Marsden." William listened. I began positioning myself in front of Lily. "The arrangement isn't what you think. The entity has been manipulating your family for generations." "Save your theories." He cut me off. "The waters are rising across the entire lake basin. Houses flooding, roads impassable. Whatever you've done has angered it beyond anything in recorded history. It's threatened because we found a way to truly contain it," I countered, "to end the sacrifices permanently." William's expression hardened. "There's always been just one way to calm the waters. One vessel freely given, with proper preparation." His gaze shifted to Lily. "Come here, child. It's time to fulfill your purpose." Lily remained behind me, showing no inclination to obey her great-uncle, a defiance that clearly surprised him. The counter-ceremonial had indeed broken the entity's hold over her decision-making. "She's coming with us," Rachel stated firmly. "You've lost your chance to sacrifice another child to whatever lives in that lake." "This isn't about what I want," William insisted, advancing a step. "This is about saving hundreds of lives. The floodwaters are rising faster than anything in town records. By morning, half of Blackwood Lake Township will be underwater unless the ceremony proceeds." As if illustrating his point, the water that had been advancing toward the cabins suddenly surged forward with renewed force, splitting into streams that began surrounding our position. "She's made her choice, William," I said. "The ceremony won't happen." His finger tensed on the trigger. "Then you leave me no alternative." Before he could fire, a voice called from the darkness behind him. "That's enough, William." Robert Quinn emerged from the forest, his own rifle pointed carefully at William's back. "Put down the shotgun." William turned partially, keeping us in his peripheral vision. "You're interfering with council business, Quinn. This doesn't concern you." "I'm town historian before I'm council member," Quinn replied evenly, "and I've studied the original arrangement more thoroughly than anyone since Eliza herself. If they've recovered the anchor, the old woman's prophecy is in motion." "Prophecy?" I questioned, maintaining my protective position before Lily. "Eliza's final journal entry," Quinn explained, I still fixed on William. "That one day a guardian would discover what was lost when the ice retreated, and face the choice of renewal or release." He gestured toward the anchor, visible within Rachel's pack. "That appears to be exactly what was lost." William's weapon lowered slightly. "The arrangement has protected this town for generations." "At the cost of children's lives," Quinn countered. "One per decade if we're fortunate. Many more when the selection is disrupted. And how many will die if the waters keep rising?" William demanded, "How many children will drown in the flood that's coming?" "That's the entity's final manipulation," I interjected, "creating a crisis to force our hand. We have a way to end it permanently, without further sacrifice." William appeared torn, decades of indoctrination warring with the evidence before him. Lily calm and clear-headed despite missing her scheduled ceremony. The advancing water behaving with obvious unnatural purpose. "One night," Quinn suggested, maintaining his aim on William. "Give them until tomorrow's full moon. If their plan fails, the ceremonial canoe will be prepared as backup." After long consideration, William lowered his shotgun completely. "One night," he agreed, "but I'm staying to ensure nothing happens to Lily." This uneasy alliance formed. We were located to Quinn's vehicle, parked some distance away on higher ground. The anchor's proximity seemed to create a boundary the entity's water couldn't easily cross, giving us temporary protection as we traveled to Quinn's boathouse, our best access point for tomorrow night's attempt at the lake center. As we drove through the darkness, Lily pressed against the window, watching streams and rivulets flowing unnaturally through the forest alongside the road. "It's so angry," she whispered. "I've never felt it like this before." "That's how you know we're on the right track," Rachel told her. "It wouldn't fight so hard if it wasn't afraid of what we've discovered." At Quinn's boathouse, we established our temporary headquarters, creating watches to ensure no one, neither townspeople nor entity-controlled water, could approach undetected. William maintained a suspicious distance, but made no further attempts to take Lily, instead watching her with a combination of concern and confusion as she displayed increasingly normal child behavior now that the entity's influence had been reduced. Morning brought reports of the situation in town. Flooding had indeed reached crisis levels, with the lake rising over 6 feet above normal, inundating lower areas and forcing evacuations. The weather remained unnaturally still. No rain to explain the rising waters. It's pulling water from underground sources, Quinn explained. Artesian wells, natural springs, even moisture from the soil itself, concentrating it all in the lake basin, creating maximum pressure to force our compliance, I observed. It knows we have until tonight to implement our plan. We spent the day preparing for the night's crucial task. Quinn's boat, larger and more stable than the ceremonial canoe, was checked and fueled. The anchor was secured in a specially designed container Rachel created from available materials, allowing minimal contact while keeping it accessible. Lily worked with us to map the activation sequence on a paper model of the anchor, showing precisely where her blood would need to be applied and in what order. The binding words she recited from memory, phrases similar to those in the counter-ceremonial, but arranged in patterns suggesting finality rather than temporary negation. William watched these preparations with growing uncertainty, his lifetime of devotion to the arrangement visibly shaken by Lily's clarity and purpose now that she could think independently of the entity's influence. If this fails, he warned as evening approached, the consequences will be catastrophic. The entity won't be satisfied with one vessel if it breaks free completely. It will take dozens, perhaps hundreds. It's already broken free partially, Quinn pointed out. That's why the waters are rising with such determination. The anchor's removal from stasis has disrupted the original binding without establishing a new one. All the more reason to complete what Eliza started, I added. She never intended the arrangement as a permanent solution, just an interim measure until someone could fully activate the anchor's containment properties. As sunset approached, final preparations were made. Lily, showing remarkable composure for her age, prepared herself with the ritual bath using normal water rather than lake water, a symbolic cleansing of the entity's influence. Rachel helped her dress in practical clothing suitable for the night's task, carefully avoiding the ceremonial white garments William had brought. I found myself drawn repeatedly to the boathouse window overlooking the lake. The water had continued rising throughout the day, now lapping at the structure's support pillars. More disturbing than the level was the water's behavior. It moved with visible purpose, creating patterns along the shoreline that resembled written symbols, messages I could almost, but not quite comprehend. It's trying different approaches, Quinn observed, joining me at the window. First threats, now perhaps negotiation. Can you read what it's writing? I asked. Not precisely, but the patterns resemble what's recorded in the oldest town records, communications from the entity during Eliza's initial contact. He studied the shifting water thoughtfully. It's desperate. That gives me hope your plan might succeed where others have failed. The full moon rose precisely at 8:47 p.m. according to Quinn's almanac, bright enough to cast distinct shadows despite cloud cover. Its reflection on the lake surface created a shimmering path from shore to center, the traditional route the ceremonial canoe would follow during an induction ceremony. We should wait until the moon reaches its zenith, Lily advised with that unsettling certainty that suggested knowledge beyond her years. That's when the reflection will be strongest, creating the channel the anchor needs to extend its influence throughout the lake. Moon zenith was calculated for 11:52 p.m., giving us a precise window for activation. At 10:30, we boarded Quinn's boat, myself, Rachel, Lily, and after much debate, William is an experienced navigator familiar with the lake's increasingly treacherous currents. Quinn remained ashore as our communication linked to the town, using a marine radio to relay conditions and preparations. The lake's surface was unnaturally calm as we departed. No wind, no natural movement, just perfect glassy stillness that reflected the moon and stars with mirror precision. This unnatural calm felt more threatening than storms would have been, suggesting the entity was gathering its strength for what lay ahead. It's waiting, Lily confirmed. trailing her fingers just above, but not touching the water as we moved away from shore, listening to what we planned. "Can't it hear us?" Rachel asked, concerned this might compromise our strategy. Not words exactly, more like intentions, emotions. Lily closed her eyes briefly. It's afraid of the anchor now that it's been removed from stasis. The other vessels are agitated. The navigation to the lake's center proceeded with eerie ease. No interference, no sudden currents or whirlpools, as we had experienced previously. William guided the boat with experienced precision despite his obvious discomfort with our mission. As we approached the 4 buoys marking the lake's deepest point, that unnatural calm finally broke. The surface began to ripple outward from our position, concentric circles expanding toward the shore. Temperature dropped precipitously, our breath fogging in suddenly frigid air. "It's gathering power," Lily warned, voice tight with tension. All the vessels together. The water directly beneath our boat began to glow with blue-green luminescence, illuminating depths that should have been invisible in night darkness. Within that glow, movement became visible, not fish or natural lake creatures, but humanoid forms undulating in slow motion aquatic dance dozens of feet below the surface. The vessels, William breathed, momentarily awestruck despite having witnessed previous ceremonies. They've never revealed themselves like this before. The forms rose slowly from the depths, becoming more distinct as they approached the surface. Most appeared as vague human silhouettes composed of denser water within water, but one in particular gained definition as it neared our boat. The shape of a young girl approximately Lily's age, features forming into a recognizable face. "Grandmother Emily," Lily whispered, leaning dangerously over the side to see better. The water form extended what approximated a hand toward the boat's edge, not quite breaking the surface. Within the glowing depths, its mouth moved in patterns suggesting speech. "She's trying to warn us," Lily translated, apparently able to understand what we could not. "The entity is preparing to break through completely if we proceed. It will release all restraint." "A final threat," Rachel noted grimly. "It wouldn't bother if we weren't about to succeed." I checked the time, 11:47, 5 minutes before optimal positioning. "Get the anchor ready." Rachel retrieved the container we'd prepared, carefully opening it to reveal the crystalline object still pulsing with its internal blue-white light. In response, the water around our boat began to churn, the previously calm surface developing swirls and eddies that rocked the vessel ominously. "It's starting," William warned, struggling with the controls as the motor strained against sudden current. "We're being pulled off position." The water forms below multiplied, dozens now visible in the supernatural illumination, all rising toward the surface with increasing speed. Their formerly peaceful movements had become agitated, almost aggressive. "Hold position for 4 more minutes," I urged as Rachel prepared the anchor according to our planned sequence. Lily stood ready beside her, a small sterile lancet prepared for the blood component of the activation. The boat lurched violently as something struck it from below. Not a physical impact, but a concentrated pressure of water, as though the lake itself were attempting to capsize us. William fought the controls, while I stabilized the deck space, where Rachel worked with the anchor. "Now," Rachel called as the moon's reflection aligned perfectly with our position. Lily pricked her finger without hesitation, allowing blood to well up and then carefully applying it to specific points on the anchor surface as she had practiced. With each application, the crystal's internal light intensified, patterns within its structure shifting and realigning. As she applied the final drop, speaking the binding words in a language none of us recognized, several things happened simultaneously. The anchor's light expanded explosively outward, temporarily blinding us. The water around the boat rose in a perfect cylinder, enclosing us in a 20-foot wall of liquid that defied gravity, and a sound like crystal shattering resonated across the lake's entire surface. Within the water wall surrounding us, faces formed, dozens of them, pressing outward as though trapped behind glass, mouths open in silent screams or pleas. The vessels of generations past, fighting either for freedom or against our intervention. It was impossible to tell which. The light from the anchor continued expanding, radiating outward in concentric rings, that matched the lake's circumference exactly. Where this light touched the water wall, the faces dissolved, the liquid losing its cohesion and falling back to join the lake's surface. Lily completed the final syllable of the binding words just as the moonlight reached perfect zenith. The anchor levitated from its position on the deck, seemingly of its own accord though possibly guided by forces we couldn't perceive, and descended gently into the water. Rather than sinking immediately, it remained suspended just below the surface, its light pulsing in accelerating rhythm. Then, in a final burst of radiance that momentarily turned night to day across the entire lake, it plunged downward, disappearing into the depths with a sound like distant bells. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The unnatural glow beneath us extinguished as though a switch had been thrown. The water forms vanished. The lake's surface settled into normal wave patterns appropriate to the light breeze that had begun to blow. Most telling, the oppressive psychic pressure that had been building throughout our approach dissipated completely, replaced by the ordinary sounds and sensations of a large body of water at night. It worked, Rachel breathed, looking around in wonder. The containment is active. Lily stood at the boat's edge, gazing into now normal water with complex emotions crossing her young face. They're still there, she said quietly, but sleeping now. Peaceful. The vessels? I asked. She nodded. Grandmother Emily showed me before the light came. They'll dream forever now, but not suffer, and no one else will need to join them. William appeared stunned, decades of belief suspended in the face of what he had just witnessed. The arrangement is truly ended, he said, not quite a question. The original arrangement is fulfilled, I corrected, choosing words I hoped might help him integrate this new reality. Eliza's true purpose accomplished after all these generations. As we returned to shore, Quinn confirmed by radio that the floodwaters had already begun receding throughout the township, not instantly, but steadily, ensuring minimal additional damage to properties and infrastructure. The council is assembled at Town Hall, he informed us. They're waiting for news of the ceremony's completion. What will you tell them? I asked William, who had maintained thoughtful silence during our return journey. He considered this carefully, that the waters are contained, that Lily's blood proved sufficient without full immersion, that the arrangement has entered a new phase requiring no further vessels. A glance toward his grandniece. They don't need to know everything immediately. Some truths require preparation, just as the vessels did. It was a political answer, but one that acknowledged the massive cultural adjustment Blackwood Lake would face after generations under the entity's influence. The town had built its entire identity around the arrangement and the prosperity it allegedly brought. That transition would require delicate handling. As for Lily herself, the experience had clearly marked her profoundly, but in ways that might ultimately prove strengthening rather than traumatic. The counter-ceremonial had restored her autonomy without completely severing her connection to the lake's history, a balance that seemed to give her unique perspective on what had transpired. "Will you stay in Blackwood Lake?" she asked me as we approached the boathouse where Quinn awaited. "For a while," I replied. "There's still much to understand about what happened here, records to organize, history to document properly." "The house is yours," she noted. "Great Uncle William says property can't be taken back once it's properly inherited." I glanced at William, who nodded confirmation. The Marsden house has always belonged to the Guardian bloodline. That hasn't changed, even if the Guardian's duties have. Rachel joined our conversation. "What about you, Lily? What happens next for you?" The girl considered this with newfound seriousness. "I need to learn who I am without the lake telling me." And a small smile formed. "Miss Archer says I should apply for art school when I'm older. I think I'd like that." Upon reaching shore, we found not just Quinn waiting, but a small gathering of town council members, their expressions revealing they had witnessed at least the final moments of the anchor's activation. The burst of light visible across the entire lake would have been impossible to miss. Margaret Winters approached first, her gaze moving between William, Lily, and myself before settling on the girl. "The ceremony is complete?" "It is," William confirmed before I could speak, "though not as traditionally performed. The arrangement has been updated. and the waters are receding," Quinn added, gesturing toward the shoreline where the lake was visibly withdrawing toward its normal boundaries. "Then we offer gratitude," Margaret said formally, though uncertainty tinged her voice, "to the vessel and the guardian who have ensured our continued protection." Lily stepped forward with surprising confidence. "I'm not a vessel," she corrected with childlike directness, "and no one else will need to be one either. The lake is just a lake now." This simple pronouncement caused visible disturbance among the council members, a fundamental challenge to beliefs they had held their entire lives. But the evidence was before them, the waters receding without a traditional sacrifice, Lily standing normally on shore rather than absorbed into the lake's depths. "There will be time for full explanations," I intervened, seeing their confusion. "For now, the community should focus on recovery from the flooding." This practical concern provided welcome diversion from metaphysical questions without immediate answers. The council members dispersed to coordinate relief efforts, giving us temporary reprieve from further interrogation about exactly what had transpired on the lake. In the days that followed, Blackwood Lake Township began its dual recovery from physical flood damage and from generations of metaphysical manipulation. The water receded completely within 48 hours, returning to normal levels and exhibiting no unusual properties. Testing revealed it to be ordinary freshwater, indistinguishable from any other lake in the region. The keeping room beneath my house underwent transformation as well. When Rachel and I cautiously investigated it 3 days after the anchor's activation, we found the pool at its center empty and dry, just a stone depression in the floor. The collection remained intact, now merely historical artifact, rather than mystical record. Most significantly, the physical changes I had been experiencing reversed themselves completely. My reflection returned to normal, the opalescent quality fading from my skin, my eyes resuming their natural color. The constant taste of lake water vanished, replaced by normal sensation. William and Quinn proved unexpectedly valuable allies in managing the town's transition to its new reality. While neither fully abandoned beliefs developed over lifetimes, both recognized the evidence before them and worked to frame the changes in ways their community could accept, an evolution of the arrangement rather than its elimination, fulfillment rather than disruption. Lily herself became something of an unofficial ambassador between old understanding and new reality. Her unique position, selected but never inducted, connected but now independent, gave her perspectives that helped bridge conceptual divides. The respect traditionally accorded potential vessels translated to a different kind of community recognition as she began speaking openly about her experiences and the freedom of choice now available to all children in Blackwood Lake. Rachel extended her visit indefinitely, taking leave from her teaching position to help document the town's transition and the historical significance of what had occurred. Her analytical mind proved invaluable in separating supernatural reality from generational mythology, creating a record that might eventually help other communities facing similar entities. For if one such consciousness had reached Earth through ancient ice, others might exist elsewhere. As for myself, I found unexpected purpose in my inherited role, not as guardian of a sacrificial arrangement, but as custodian of a history both miraculous and terrible. The Marsden House, no longer a way station for preparing vessels, became a repository for proper documentation of Blackwood Lake's true past and the ancient entity now contained permanently within its depths. 1 month after the anchor's activation, Rachel and I stood on the dock extending from my property, watching sunset paint the lake's surface with ordinary beauty. No supernatural glow emanated from below. No sense of watchfulness or hunger disturbed the natural peace. "Do you think it's aware?" she asked, gesturing toward the water. "Conscious but contained." "Dreaming," I suggested. "Like Lily said about the vessels, peaceful dreams without the capacity to reach beyond itself." "And the vessels themselves? Emily and all the others?" I had no certain answer, only hope. Released from active service, but still existing in some form, perhaps finally able to rest after generations of being used to extend the entity's influence. Rachel's hand found mine as darkness settled over the lake. "Will you stay here permanently?" "I'm not sure," I admitted. "The house is mine, and there's important work to be done documenting everything. But this place will always carry difficult memories. For the whole town, she agreed. Generations of complicity in something they didn't fully understand. That night, I dreamed of water for the first time since the anchor's activation. Not dark, oppressive depths calling me downward, but a lake surface reflecting moonlight, peaceful and ordinary. In the dream, a small boat drifted empty at the center of that reflection, waiting perhaps for future journeys I might choose to take. When I woke, I found myself thinking not of the entity or the arrangement or the generations of vessels sacrificed to supernatural hunger, but of Lily Cray, a child who had escaped predetermined fate through courage and choice. Perhaps that was Blackwood Lake's true legacy now, the freedom to choose one's own path forward, unburdened by ancient arrangements or inherited obligations. The lake would remain, carrying its history within its depths, but no longer demanding blood sacrifice to maintain its unnatural consciousness. The waters had receded, leaving behind the opportunity to build something new on ground once thought permanently submerged. What that might be remained to be written by Lily, by the townspeople, by Rachel and myself, and by all who would come after, their futures now their own to determine. Epilogue Still Waters. 5 years after the events at Blackwood Lake, I stand once more at the edge of the dock, watching autumn leaves drift across water that has remained ordinary despite its extraordinary history. The lake is smaller now. Geological surveys conducted in the aftermath revealed it had been artificially expanded and deepened by the entity's influence. Water held in configurations that defied natural boundaries. As that influence faded with the anchor's permanent activation, the lake gradually contracted to its natural size, revealing shoreline that had been submerged for generations. Archaeological excavations of these newly exposed areas discovered evidence of settlements predating European arrival, and more disturbingly, mass burial sites containing primarily children's remains, testimony to the entity's unrestricted feeding before Eliza Marsden established the arrangement. The town of Blackwood Lake has changed as well. Initial economic hardship followed the entity's containment. The supernatural prosperity that had sustained certain families disappeared, forcing painful adjustments. Some residents left, unable to reconcile themselves to the new reality or unwilling to face their complicity in generations of sacrifice. Others stayed and rebuilt, establishing more sustainable industries and gradually developing a community based on mutual support rather than mystical favoritism. The town council was completely restructured. Traditional power hierarchies dissolved as the arrangement's influence faded from civic institutions. William Cray surprised many by becoming a voice for reform and reconciliation. His initial shock at the arrangement's end transformed gradually into acceptance, and then advocacy for transparency about the town's history. The Cray family established a scholarship fund for local children, perhaps attempting atonement for their generations of participation in selecting vessels. Lily herself flourished in the years following her narrow escape. Now 15, she displays remarkable artistic talent, focused particularly on water imagery. Not dark or threatening scenes, but luminous paintings of natural beauty that somehow acknowledge the power and mystery of lakes, rivers, and oceans without supernatural overlay. Her work has already drawn attention from art schools and galleries beyond Maine. The Marsden house remains my property, though I live there only part-time now. Rachel and I divide our time between Blackwood Lake and Chicago, where she has resumed teaching with a new focus on environmental law related to water rights and protection. Our relationship, rekindled during crisis, has deepened into something neither of us expected to find again after our previous separation. Research into the anchor continues through careful academic channels. Its extraterrestrial origin confirmed through material analysis, but its full capabilities still largely theoretical. Similar crystalline formations have been discovered in other locations with glacial histories, suggesting the Blackwood Lake entity may not have been unique in reaching Earth through ancient ice. Quinn maintains the historical records with professional dedication, ensuring the town's supernatural past isn't forgotten even as its future takes new shape. The keeping room has been properly documented and then sealed, its collection cataloged but left intact as evidence of what transpired over generations. Henrietta Pierce passed peacefully 2 years after witnessing the arrangement's end, having lived long enough to see the town begin its healing process. Before her death, she shared additional records she had maintained in secret, correspondence with my grandmother Elizabeth detailing her escape with my mother and subsequent protective measures taken to shield her bloodline from the entity's influence. These records revealed something I had suspected but couldn't confirm. My mother's car accident had indeed been the entity's delayed retribution, occurring during a rare journey that took her near a large body of water after decades of deliberately avoiding such proximity. The timing, just after my 21st birthday, suggested the entity had waited until I was of age to potentially assume guardian duties before removing the bloodline member who had escaped its influence. This knowledge brings both pain and perspective. My mother died because of a supernatural vendetta spanning generations, yet her sacrifice, unknowing though it was, created the circumstances that eventually led me to Blackwood Lake at precisely the moment when ending the arrangement became possible. As for the entity itself, no evidence of continued consciousness has manifested since the anchor's activation. The lake remains ecologically healthy, but entirely normal, supporting fish and plant life appropriate to the region, without unusual properties or influences. Whatever ancient awareness once controlled these waters appears truly contained beyond reach of human contact. Sometimes, standing at the shore in early morning mist, I imagine the vessels, Emily and all the others, finally resting beneath those calm waters, no longer forced to serve as conduits for an alien consciousness, their interrupted childhoods now extended into peaceful dreaming. Perhaps that is the most we can hope for from such tragedy, not reversal of what cannot be undone, but containment of further harm, and the creation of something approaching peace from the remains of necessary intervention. Blackwood Lake will always carry its history, as do all places where the supernatural has touched ordinary lives. But water, by its nature, both remembers and forgets, holding elements in solution while continually renewing itself through rain, runoff, and evaporation. The town follows water's example, remembering what happened while creating itself anew. Children swim in the shallows now without fear or special preparation. Boats traverse the surface, carrying fishing gear rather than ceremonial implements. Rain falls and is simply rain, not communication from something hungry beneath the surface. And if sometimes, in certain lights or during particular phases of the moon, the lake's surface seems to hold patterns suggesting more than random reflection, well, some mysteries are better appreciated than solved. I will return to Chicago tomorrow, to Rachel and our shared work documenting water-related phenomena across the country. But I'll come back to Blackwood Lake periodically, maintaining the house and checking that the anchor's containment remains secure. Some responsibilities, once accepted, cannot be entirely relinquished, only transformed into something constructive rather than consumptive. The water laps gently at the dock supports as twilight deepens. Ordinary sounds of an ordinary lake settling into night. I turn toward the house, no longer a guardian's prison, but simply a home with history, and walk away from the shore, leaving the water to its contained dreams and the future to find its own level. The end.